about 1700 to 1760, and is one of many of the Hasidic dynasties overwhelmingly Mediterranean phenomenon, particularly in a as rich from Western Ukraine, essentially. Perhaps the best has an annual pilgrimage to the city of Uman in Ukraine. Here you can have a look at where exactly Uman is. The Rebbe, the Nachman of Breslov, came to be buried they were finally defeated by the people's cave Ukraine in the 10th century, and they so here's a map that shows you roughly where the Khazar Empire would have stretched. Again, we can't use like the same time, more or less. You have the establishment of Jewish Ashkenaz, which is stated.
There is a pinpoint of where.
And we begin to see Jewish settlement there. In later videos, but there's a lot of spread of Ashkenazi Jews to the largest single demographic of European Ashkenazi Jews as a whole. Looking at this outline here, and the migration that my own ancestors from medieval, although most of those Jews who use that term later waited to Eastern Europe and then from there many America, Israel, and so on. That's to distinguish them from other ethnic groups within the Jewish people, such as the Spartans, who trace their origin in vast Balkan Ashkenazi Jews are living in Eastern Europe. The Khazar hypothesis that the Jews that call themselves Ashkenazim coming from Eastern Europe are not the German Russians. They are actually descendants from the Khazars, and that's the. Now, why should we care about this? Is something that we're talking about, but that's the essence of the Khazar hypothesis. That the Jews who originate from Eastern Europe are primarily in Central Asia. Perhaps one of the most significant history, and he's published quite a bit on Khazari in particular. He has John this view of the entire conversion process as a whole, the entire conversion story, which I'll speak about in the next few are not presented in my content. First of all, there is no DNA evidence to support this. Now, go back to my earlier videos, as I've been doing this over the last 10 years, there's growing amounts of data. This is like changes even in my own presentation because of the appearance of new data. DNA evidence is one of the most exciting tools that historians have in their, toolbox. And when it comes to the question of biological descent as opposed to a halakhic identity, Khazar individuals studied today, and in fact, we have about 1,000 years our descent, so we can go to for genetic data. In other words, you can't compare Jews to Khazars. You don't have any Khazars to actually say, oh, you're a Khazar. Great, let's take your DNA. So what he did was he actually guessed, educated guess, using Georgians and Armenians, which live roughly in the same area, but with a movement, it's really hard to say that that's reasonable. It's considered widely to be a very unreliable estimate, and most scholars, most historians, are not accepting data and evidence to suggest that. Secondly, we can pile on burden of proof here. The second thing is there's absolutely no linguistic evidence of Khazar influence on Jews. And one of the things we certainly expect to see is that Jews would pick up Khazar their Yiddish. Yiddish, by the way, is the overwhelmingly dominant native language of the Jews in Asia, or even in Eastern Europe. At the turn of the 20th century, there was a census in the Russian Empire, and I think it was 98% of Armenian Jews, 97% of Jews throughout the empire, if I remember correctly, claimed Yiddish as their mother tongue. And there is no discernible evidence of Turkic in Yiddish. There are some interesting This helps account for Mediterranean Jewry, Eastern European Jewry. You also have phenomena consistent with the historical record of a genetic where you have a population of people which a large number of disorders that unfortunately afflict Ashkenazi Jews, like breast cancer and Tay-Sachs, which may owe a lot to the fact that there was this bottleneck, perhaps around the turn of the millennium, that meant that the population of Jews living in northern Europe that would later move to east represent the basis of a much larger population. So the bottom line of all of this is that it's pretty much what we always were thinking, although Italy may be like Kohanim are, and they are, and it's only the males. It's passed down father to son. Mothers do not pass those 1 through 2 in this particular map. And then number 3, towards the east, where most Ashkenaz, see the kind of the phase line there of the extension towards the west, along with the arrow link. Number 4, there is a reference back to the west, and in fact, and non-Ashkenazi Jews generally in the Iberian Peninsula, it is 4 mothers appeared, probably somewhere around the year 1000, and then are responsible for this huge expansion of Ashkenazi Jewry, to result a tremendous popularity of North America and so on. Now, look at these the green lines here. This is the traditional view of the migration of Jews historically, which there's a lot to say for this, and this does not contradict the historical model that we have well documented Jews moving away across the coast of North Africa, but that particular route would not necessarily explain the of most Ashkenazi Levites. In other words, while Jews on that route number 5, they do not account for the large number of Levites in the Ashkenazi community, demonstrated by the research that was done. Now, Africa, just primarily Levites that would end up with Ashkenazi. So complicated to see this. So you get the basic idea, right? Okay, so that's our short answer. Ashkenazi Jews are Khazars. They are descended from the Middle East and possibly through an Italian vector, and there are 4 women, ironically, Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah of Ashkenazi Jews account for almost half of all Ashkenazi Jews today. In the next video, let's actually go to Khazaria and try to figure out what did happen in the 8th century. What we say about this knowledge. Okay, thank you very much for watching. that we have discussed what exactly do we know the story of the conversion of the Khazars in that region, possibly in the 8th century. The story has been received by Jewish history. This is the German historian Sully that Geschichte, or history of the reception, how an idea is formed and developed and spread around. Perhaps the most important element of the reception Geschichte of the Khazari, written by Rabbi Yehuda Levi, very, very important Spanish Jewish thinker in the 12th century. Concerned with the practice of paganism among his people and looking at Christianity and both Christianity and Islam are related to us. And so he has a debate like and he has them have a lateral debate over which religion is superior. In the end, as you might expect, given the fact that this is now, I hope you notice that there's 5 years difference between the setting of this story and the authorship of the Kusa chosen as a subject for Rabbi Yehuda Levi because of the relationship between Jews, Muslims, Christians, which was very unique to Spain and of the Khazars as a kind of a literal larger philosophical discussion about the relative merits of Judaism, Christianity, and the study of Judaism. That's the essential idea of the Khazari and the actual historical elements of the conversion of the Khazars is not necessarily important for what the Khazari as a historical source, definitely not intended to serve as a historical, as a literary philosophy. Most exceptionally important for Yehuda Levi, hopefully we'll discuss some of his lectures and look at story of the Khazar conversion was known to him, and so he sent out some emissaries to try and read Jewish. Is this actually a Jewish now? For reasons which will take us beyond the scope of our discussion, is emissaries did not succeed in analysis. We do know, however, as we get clever briefly on their Jewish status, sometimes with a degree of surprise, sometimes with a degree of skepticism, that Cairo to Giza. We will have a what that lectures they typically present and it's essentially a statement that says which may be issued by the local community and they build up their costs. So this is exactly one of those documents. The only real difference between this document as a used today the uh, the letter which comes from Kiev specifically describes how very unusual, unless there was a distinct population also shared with the Russian Empire and the Polish Empire, actually a church that like the story there is a representative of Islam, there are two representatives, and there is a representative of Jews, and that representative data points that's really hard to ignore, speaking to the idea of finally, we've got some really testing archaeological finds, like this coin found in the United Kingdom as part of the so-called village sport. There's a whole number of them.
Can't hurry, love. No, just have to wait. Said love don't come easy. It's a game of give and take. I have to wait. You gotta try. No matter how long it takes. Now how many heartaches must to come on from when I feel that I can't go on. It's give it time. Go on, you girl. Yeah, how long it takes, right? Easy. Like you.
The documents like the Kiev letter just indicate that that particular individual who had gone to Egypt for the purpose sources of raising funds had fallen on hard times. The token conversion that took place in the upper strata did not extend to the lower population as a whole, who remained distributed to the ongoing mystery of the classes. What happened to them? And where did they go? We know that the empire lost its political independence in the 10th century when Sviatoslav was destroyed for the last time. But they seem to pop up every now and then in the chronicle of bygone years. That was a couple hundred years later. We still have reference to Khazars as Jews, but they don't seem to have that impact on the demographics of the region. So the implications are actually for 21st century politics. We consider, for example, the work of Professor Shlomo Zahn, who is an Israeli historian, who has written quite a few controversial down there, maybe for religious reasons, that they want to feel that modern Ashkenazi Jews don't have a share in it makes a difference in terms of, I'm not even sure what kind of difference it would make. Some people, frankly, anti-Semites, that real Jews, is a way of making their, and I'm saying that you have to afford them the respect that their ancient patrimony. We don't have to regard them as being, millennial followers of an ancient tradition. Perhaps, therefore, we don't have to use them. We could consider them usurpers. They show taken away the truth. I see this sometimes among black supremacists who argue that the real Jews are actually black. Those white Jews and Mexican Jews, they can't be Jews because we are. Right? As we discussed when we looked at the Jews of Africa, there are Jews who are black as well. And it's just not a halachic application of who is a Jew. Halachic being in terms of Jewish law. So a lot of anti-Semites really like the Khazarian hypothesis. And for people like Professor Zahn, they also see kind of like a liberal approach to this as well. The right wing may see it in terms of traditional anti-Semitic views. The left wing, as we see Professor Zahn, he wishes to disassociate himself specifically with the Jewish claim to the land of Israel. If Ashkenazi Jews, the argument goes, are not really Jewish, and Israel is to be a homeland for Jews, that therefore, the way the argument goes, invalidates the Ashkenazi claim to the land of Israel as their homeland. And that's a pretty strong thing to state politically. That's why I Ironically, you sometimes find the Hadayan hypothesis being advanced by those who have issue with Jews both on the right and on the left. That's why this issue seems to have so much traction, even in the 21st century. But in terms of the overall scope of Jewish history, this is just a tiny little footnote, a fascinating one, a splendid story. We've got this down for his message. But we're going to move on from this now, and we're going to look at a much more significant topic. We're going to look at the growth of Middle Eastern Jewry, particularly those who very much for watching.
Cartels, the South American cartel is the best. I'm going to enforce Rabbi's law. It's Rabbi Rothschild for a reason.
Major migration pattern of Jewish history, right end of the first half of the 20th century. Here's the Holocaust. After the Holocaust, but I'm going to stop in 1939 just to give you a sense of how Jews got to live there. So very let's go back to the biblical period. The Bible does record a really significant migration. Of course, the early migration of the patriarch Abraham from the city of Ur in Iraq, actually, into the land of Israel, and then, of course, there's the tiny population of some 70 individuals moving into Egypt, and then the exodus from Egypt. And then later on, when we get to some data that's supported by extra-biblical evidence as well, you see that there's an 8th century displacement of Jews, specifically from the northern part of Israel to what we see today. Northern Iraq, and then in the 6th First Temple to a little bit further south in the Mesopotamia region. So we have some sense of those migrations. There are, during this time as well, some in Egypt, particularly in the southern part of the Nile River, the upper Nile, not a huge population, but we have some so we move to late antiquity. Let's start with the first century. A couple of really important populations. For the Bar Kokhba revolt of 1932, you still have a fairly significant population.
Damn, bitch.
Today, spreading out, but these are kind of like the second where very so that gives us kind of like a very cold view of how a gradual works for them. We still have major population sometimes and in fact it becomes a source of migration, especially after the population and it becomes much more hospitable into Spain, especially so-called we also have an increase in Italy. Some of them move into France and see a significant increase in the population. This is how their logo changes in the next 500 years, primarily through anti-Semitic persecution on the one hand that drives gradually eastward, and then there's kind of like a vacuum effect where economic opportunity also draws them into the Eastern European heartland, places like Poland, Lithuania, Belarus, Ukraine, and so on. What you can see in this map here, we look at white arrows, basically major expulsion. From 90, basically across the channel going to France and the Netherlands.
That's hilarious.
1490 that drives a large number of perhaps in the hundreds of thousands and very significant, not huge, but important movement spots in northern Israel as well. And then I made a distinction with that's kind of like a little suggested that not only was the anti-Semitic but notable Germany. So, economic incentive in all areas of commerce and leaseholders and dots and ministers in the European part of Europe. So, the green arrows indicate not only the anti-Semitic persecution on the west driving towards these, but also the economic draw bringing them into Eastern Europe. And if we switch back into the western part of Europe, we see in the Iberian Peninsula, of course, there are some Jews who elect to explore the New World, which is being discovered as we speak about this particular period of the expulsion. And they're leaving not only from, also from Portugal, sometimes as new Christians, meaning they had already been converted to Christianity against their will in 1497, and then they take their leave as Christians to go to places like Brazil, and where they might actually revert back to their Jewish identity. They're also get a general modern period, early modern period, you get a sense of general dispersion of population. There's something like 1 million Jews living in the world in the year 1700. And most of them, of course, are in Europe. About 70% of them are in Europe, and from the standard dominant Eastern Europe, although there are some significant populations partially to Europe, 1880s, massive but he was such a economic discrimination, a kind of like administrative maybe desirable for Jews. Here is what's happening outside of the Russian Empire as well. It's a golden country.
Start my life, no, run down tennis.
Of course, it's a number as well. South America. And and also to South Africa, and a very small number also to Israel, in a sense of expanding now from Europe. So if we look at this map is to scale, those size fluctuations. Eastern Europe still is the heartland with over 6 million overall. And significant populations in other parts of the Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. Today we're going to look at Eastern European Jewish population. Poland is one of the most central and memorable countries that we look at. And for those of you who took the time off to celebrate the holidays recently, all of us, I wish you all a new year of blessings. But if you're not aware, this is year 5,702 someone told me that he's very careful to go on a new diet this year where he will never eat more he will never eat more than the calendar year number. And he says, thank God I'm Jewish, right? Sorry for that. I know a lot of you don't. I don't know that I could. Let's talk about sort of like the southwestern core of it, but after the dynastic in the early modern period. So there is a back really to the first centuries of the Common Era, or the Common Era, and these are Jews that come from Byzantine lands and make their way through the Khazarian references to Khazarian Jews, for example, in one of the early Russian chronicles, the Public of Death, which not speaking Russian, but refers to Kiev and Rus, as it was known at that time. And there's references to Jews from Khazaria being involved in the in particular. And they left behind, as we've discussed in previous lectures about Khazaria, they left behind cultural aspects, literary aspects. So we don't really know a lot about how extensive this affected the later dominant Polish Jewish population. The really big migration into Poland, 12 actually there you see lots of Yiddish, of course, is of the Jews, and the medieval German dialect, which is the letters, they're not saying with them so much of the languages of the Khazars, for example. So it begins actually, but it really begins to coalesce around the 10th and 11th centuries. Here's a better view of one that has the term the early Polish nobles and kings named to the region, and the fact that the Jews would use the Hebrew alphabet. We'll have a lot more to say about this in a future lecture. We'll talk a little bit about the economic Jews migrated to Poland properly. There are both push and pull factors, meaning there are factors which Jews embarrassment, reflection. So like most of Israel is from Galicia, referred to Poland. A lot of horrific massacre in northern Germany that seems to be outside of many previous lectures. Jews are typically very happy to live because of when you have these series of massacres that accompany these traveling bands.
Well, you plan on doing it? Cryptocurrency? All right. What's the scam? What are you gonna do?
That's a good idea.
Dog, I wouldn't give you bad ideas, baby.
Rabbi is the methods.
Word, dog. You ready to review them?
King David.
Cool story. Here we go. 25 best scams. Online scams, like easy ones where you don't have to go anywhere. PayPal or Amazon asking you to verify your account. That's number one. Tech support scam. Somebody pretends to fall in love online, ask for money for emergencies. That's an easy one. Investment Ponzi schemes guarantee early investors with money from later victims. Online job scams, fake remote that require you to pay a training fee or buy equipment. Prize lottery scams. So these are take your payment but never deliver products. Overpayment scam. Refund to giveaway scams. Send me 1 Bitcoin and I'll send you back 2 Bitcoins on social media. Next is Ransomware attacks fully encrypt your files and then demand payment to unlock. Mention scams pretend to be the IRS. Loan fee scam. You're approved for a loan, but you must pay an upfront process fee to send part back, and then the check bounces. Mule scam. Survey market research scams pay you big money for surveys, but they just collect your personal data. Deepfake blackmail. AI generated video claims to show you in compromising situations. Fake app downloads. Apps distinguished as legit tools. Apps disguised as legit tools, but steal your apps or malware. Business email compromise. Hack a business email and trick staff into wiring money to vendors.
So, that's a good idea.
All right, we'll go check it out then. Go to remote work on LinkedIn or Career Builder or Indeed or ZipRecruiter, and then just start doing those positions.
Hey, Rabbi, where are you from?
I'm based out of California.
No. Nice. Are you Jewish?
1,000%. I'm so Jewish.
1,000%. Okay.
I'm
all right.
screaming. We're done.
What are we learning today? What's a key point you learned today?
Well, I've seen all these before. There are like 720 of them that I've watched. So I don't know if I've learned anything new, but I just like to hear the information, and it just gives me a better understanding of my people, our history, our religion.
Right. Here we will rest. First,
The horrible blood libels that we have also discussed in a previous class. In particular, this re-expulsion in the 14th century from Europe. This is kind of like the push aspect of it, as Jews are pulled back years ago. The Polish economy was actually having a very difficult time, particularly in the 13th century. The Rothschilds have the know-how and the understanding of how to produce rent. You will live in concentrated areas, and people, or they adopted something used in the West called Magdeburg. Magdeburg is the city, and Recht means law. And this is basically like a medieval charter that specific privileges that a community enjoys. And charters were actually written much later and designed to look like they were written earlier. They nevertheless did band agreements as to what were the privileges and the right of settlement, for example. Jews would have to against the economics of Eastern Europe. But Jews were often granted specific monopolies. For example, provenazia, the distillation and distribution of alcohol. That's why, so many Jewish folk tales and Ukrainian folk tales and so on, you have the Jewish kresh, the Jewish inn, because that was actually bear in mind also there was corporate environment. I think I'd like to go live in Krakow. When they go into Krakow and they find, how to fit themselves into an individual who chose to affiliate, so we found that community coupled along with the community. The Polish leaders were very enthusiastic about bringing Jews into the region, and so it extended them a series of rights that guarantees, above all, safety, and also economic privileges that allow them to buy various trades. There's going to be a lot more to say about this, and of course, it will break down very significantly with the Messi rebellion in the 17th century. But for the time being, between the First Crusade and the establishment of rebellion in 1648, this was a pretty stable kind of environment. In some cases, like the statute of Kiddush, which comes from 1264, these things are actually set down in writing and promulgated and really attracted a lot of Jews to the kingdom. They were very significant as Jews. Over these that the yellow means less than about 10,000 Jews, and sea bread is more than services, also self-regulating, and each of these municipalities is basically structured very similarly, but as it were national organization. They would meet twice a year, particularly in the year, and they would make decisions that would affect all Jews living in the nation. Because, by the way, we're looking at is one. They didn't have, like, for example, their own police authorities. They worked very closely with the state and the Polish guards administering social functions that they wanted for themselves. But once they realized that it was more efficient for them to collect taxes directly from the provided law, that led to the evolution of the in particular. We'll talk about that as well. But the kinds of things that they dealt with were really quite significant. in many ways to what we see happening earlier in Spain for that. There are many ways to the German Jewish synthesis of but of course, when we get to the 20th century, we see that would be for the time being, I hope you enjoyed this lecture. Go out there, it's actually kind of good to see that there are a lot of people who enjoy your history. And yeah, I guess that's it. Thank you very much for this. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to begin with a discussion of the 17th century. In particular, we're going to look at the Khmelnytsky uprising. This is referring to Bogdan Khmelnytsky, a Ukrainian leader. I'll show you a picture. Sometimes forced migration of Jews from the there was a fairly rapid recovery thereafter, but let's talk about the nature of the uprising and what specifically was the conflict of this very important. Cossacks, the term is acclamation in the Russian army and so on, but the original Cossacks, or Cossacks, were these kind of freebooters, these rapids on the Dnieper River. And there they engaged in, some kind of, not sure what the right word is, sort of like nationalistic piracy. They would raid enemies of people, which was still kind of like this formation. This is before, but definitely there was an ethnic group that had a very common language and overwhelmingly forces that is worshiping Christian Orthodoxy. We'll get to that in just a second. And regards themselves as being, sometimes as the Western bloc and not having some relationship with them. The relationships between these groups is very significant, and the Russians in particular, which played a particular image for the Ukrainians, in which they were Malorosian or little Russians, meaning they were the younger brothers, so to speak, of the older Russian nation, although that may not be historically accurate at all. In fact, it may be the other way around, but that's outside the scope of our discussion here. At any rate, these Cossacks were essentially people who had run away from the society of feudalism that was within the region of Ukraine at that time, all societies, and it is from this base that the uprising was emerged. Let us go directly to the roots of the uprising, specifically how it affects. We've seen before shows the migration to Eastern Europe from the 18th century and especially accelerating in the 16th, 17th centuries. You Ukraine was not a designated country at the time. As I mentioned, there was a kind of common linguistic group living there that ultimately defined themselves separate from Poles and Russians and others. But for the time being, they were still under the control of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which we have also discussed at length. The right bank refers to the right bank or the west bank of the Dnipro River, which flows, you can see, from Kiev and then sort of a kind of curving line towards Ukraine or Crimea. And it is along this river that we have these and the Finnish landlords were, very keen on hiring the Jews to manage these massive estates while they lived in the Polish heart to the north and to the west. And so the Jews, more of a medieval pattern, the arenda is essentially a type of war in the medieval where the nobility would actually own not only the land, but on the lease the entire territory to the Jews, but it can become exploited. Well, we're collecting 1,000 walking from our territory this year. Now recall that the Jews have to collect and what they charge the Ukrainian peasants is what they get to keep. So it is an inherent to them more and more. The Jews have to go back and try and find that tax out of the peasants. So that tax has been developed in a whole variety of ways. There could be taxes on produce. There could be a work tax, as in Jose, Rothschild at that time, or it could be a tax on using services like hunting in particular forests, or even, as was alleged by many book tales, use of the church. For example, if Ukrainian peasant had a child and wanted to baptize the child, according to widely perceived beliefs, Jews would charge to use the keys to get into the church. This has been widely disputed. This is kind of an inherently offensive thing, but there have been some research that have argued that in fact this did happen from time to time. At any rate, it is the kind of situation where the Ukrainian peasants would certainly present the Jews as the leading edge of Polish authority and Polish demands on their autonomy. Now, the Jewish arenda was the backbone economy, and obviously the only thing that Jews were doing, Jews were involved in all kinds of other small like that, but perhaps the most significant related to the latifundia was the fact that Jews were frequently involved in innkeeping, as you can see in this remarkable 1928 image by Gustav Buatti. It's the so-called Kretschmann, which was typically manned by a Jewish family. Was not because the Jews were specifically interested in the hotel hospitality business, but because the noblemen often gave the Jews a monopoly on the production, distillation, and sale of alcohol. This was something called profanatsia. And so the Jews could control this entire industry and tax it, and then pass along the profits to the Polish government. And this was one of those awkward moments where the Jews occupied a particular position in society where they were providing a service which was obviously appreciated by the local population, especially if they offered it on credit. But it's the kind of thing that can build resentment as well. Alcohol is certainly not something that is, conducive always to the maintenance of a healthy society, particularly in excess. And also the use of credit for the consumption of alcohol is something that we certainly want to encourage in the main. And so you can see why. Note also in this image there is a Jewish klezmer artist. This is something that was especially associated with Eastern Europe. Jews as being in more like, because they tend to be much more urbanized, living in small villages and towns as opposed to the spread out countryside, are much more likely to form bands and to develop professions such as music at this time. At any rate, it was an environment that was ripe for an eventual confrontation, and this happened in 1648. This one shown here, Bodas Khmelnytsky, capitalized on the dissent that was ripe among these Cossacks who had fled society because of their unhappiness with their serf owners and so on. And he gathered it together and in a proto-nationalist movement led them in massive attacks against Catholic Polish landowners and their Jewish agents. Is a not only economic repression of the Ukrainians, they also perceive it not incorrectly as a moment of religious oppression as well, because the Poles are Catholic, the Ukrainians are Orthodox, and the Poles are making strong proselytizing moves in the western part of Ukraine, and in fact created a church there that was kind of like a compromise between Roman Catholicism and Eastern Orthodoxy, in which, for example, much of the rites were allowed to remain, the Orthodox priests were allowed to marry, but it was technically under the Catholic. Those who were hurt the worst were the Koreans who lived in South Central LA with small businesses and so on, even though they may not have been, the architect, the violence directly. So in Hebrew, this 1648-49, although the war continues, is called the decree of Tachletat. So Xeras Tachletat generally means something negative, like the evil decree of Tachletat, and lives on in Jewish liturgy at phenomenal pogroms. They're really like typical pogroms of Eastern Europe for their horrific attacks on Jewish populations. These books that's the most powerful is by Nathan of Hanover, which is the Surah, quote in the book of Psalms, translated as the available in English translation. And it's actually quite a powerful piece of historiography as well. The demography of the attacks is probably grossly inflated in Hanover's account. He has really no good way of calculating the size of this impact. And in fact, many of the studies of 1648-49 tend to adopt have proved that it really can't be quite that large, primarily because there weren't that many Jews living there. The recovery after the violence was actually fairly rapid. There's no question that Jews have devastating attack on the Jewish population. It was either a horrific attack, and there was a lot of Jews who fled the region. We have many, many accounts from local Hamon, who we of course commentator on the show, the Shach, who all write about their experience at this time. But the numbers that are commonly tweeted about are probably it's probably in the tens of thousands of a horrific number of hundreds of thousands. Anyway, what ends up happening to this uprising on a political level, he decides to ally himself with Russia against Poland and turns his political agent to Russia, which initiates a century-long association with frequent difficulty between the emerged on that one of the 19th and 20th century. For Jews, however, it sets in stone a kind of attitude towards the Ukrainians. Ukrainophobia because of the historical precedent of the history. We'll see that again in the 20th century with the Pogrom's of 1998 and the one they argue is elements of the Holocaust as well. But it's also important to note that simultaneous with these, which painfully punctuated the centuries of Jewish and Ukrainian coexistence, there was also a philo-Semitic trend as well, not nearly lectures to but for now, Zelensky emerges as a national hero, as you can see in this 5-prismy note from modern Ukraine. Which this was erected by the Tsar, really like to show up the fact that he decided to ally with the Russian original draft. Actually had a much more showing. The only picture I could find that on the web, but the original draft is casting of it. Behind a falling pole and down by his passage explicitly stated if this draft were to have been accepted, final version that he succeeded in defeating the Poles and the Jews, which is if many Ukrainian nationalists might observe today. But anyway, this sort of moment in time encapsulated with the Jews and Ukrainians a vision of the rapprochement and back which we'll discuss in the next video. Okay, I hope you found this useful. If it has something that you would like to see again, Please do subscribe. It makes me happy to see the numbers increasing and the note out there. Important movement, a tremendous history and social history in the next couple of centuries. Most look at passages and things that it is really the first modern took a very dim and credulous, even possibly Sabbath, not a science that are associated with the Hasidic method. And there are many other approaches. That's, for example, took a economic approach. tens of perhaps hundreds of thousands of Jews living within Russia. One of the ways she dealt with this was by establishing something called the Pale of Settlement, which is kind of a strange term, but it basically means the region of settlement were allowed certain areas, they were in the interior of the Pale settlement, and exceptional Jews react is why. So what exactly is the innovation of classicism? The term basically kind of like pollution or clothing as things that are on the outside. What's on the inside? Our emphasis on divinity, which is a kind of mystical cleaving to God through study, which is something that is more associated with the acting or opponents. We'll talk about that in a second. With things such as or connection with others through fellowship. They also believe in a wider dissemination of Kabbalistic teachings. This is the refuge only of great scholars. The Jew who was a illiterate, who just recites songs.
Athleticism.
Through the book, reading the words as opposed to having insights into the meaning and so on. Context in which active. Specifically, there were people who were wandering around the southern part, in particular, who were known as Balei, which means literally masters of the name, of course, refers to the name of God. And this was kind of like a popular term that was associated with people who literally made amulets. One of the great scholars of this period, incidentally, is colleague Professor Yohanan Petrovsky. Remarkable finds in the vernacular of 18th century custom or communal record books from the time. He's done research on Shem, who were like makers were especially reputable. Charlotte and Israel Ben Eliezer soon gathered a reputation for being exceptional, for being elastic. A little bit about the origin of Hasidism. One of the most interesting ways, I think, to try and understand what Hasidism is by looking at the counter reaction. And this is a movement which coalesced and the name means opponents as they opposed Hasidism. Right? Now, they were actually the traditionalists. They were really the inheritors of the old and Talmudic study and Jewish culture that had predated the Hasidic revolution. And in their reaction to Hasidism, they would further define themselves. But what's fascinating is they were also defined by the Hasidism as well. So let's just try to understand what are the main differences between Hasidism and there's a lot and it's not are exactly the same. That's why they fall within the same category of Orthodox Jews. Let's try to understand, look at some of the elements first, because in many ways, practice is far more significant for Jewish culture. When I say 613 in this context, I mean, do you believe that God gave the Torah to the Jews at Mount Sinai? So that's a really bright line between Orthodox, self-Orthodox, and Jews who don't call themselves Orthodox. Call themselves Orthodox might want to argue that the commandments evolved over time. They weren't necessarily given at Sinai, and these are things which are anathema to Orthodox. So if we ask the question, hey, do you believe in 613? The Methnagim and the Hasidim both agree unequivocally yes. And to drill down a little deeper into the three areas of Jewish life which are perhaps the most in terms of daily experience in Judaism, do you observe the Shabbat as understood? They say absolutely. Are you kidding? And do you practice the laws of family purity, which have to do with relations? They would say for sure. Do the use of the mikvah, ritual bath, not really for our discussion today. At any rate, and these total agreement. They may disagree about details. Like, for example, with keeping kosher, how much one as Shabbat. They don't disagree about kashrut in general, that one has to teach kashrut, but they don't disagree about that there is a Shabbat that has prohibited work on and so on. It's at the very fringes, but like 95% of things there totally agree. So what is it that they really disagree about? So let's understand this in the context of development of the Hasidic movement. Again, in its earliest origins, it was not in any ways a rebellion against the tradition. It was considered kind of like a development of a style, a development of a different approach to the same ideas, the same practices, and so on. In terms of actual people, the Baal Shem Tov is both there, known as the Maggid, as rich, and he lived in 1772. He trained 5 major disciples, including also known as the Ultra Rabbi, Rabbi, who was the Chabad, who was very important called Tanya, which is associated with Chabad and many other documents, in this particular remarkable historical atlas of Hasidism by Wojcicki, that Hasidism spread very, very far and wide, defined as a distinct movement that had a name, Hasidut. After the Maggid Mezrich passed away, and the opposition began to define themselves opponents. They had nothing to oppose prior to the Hasidic movement. They didn't exist prior to it, but they began to find themselves in opposition. Themselves also define themselves as a way of kind of stating, well, what is it that we believe that is possibly different from the Islam? The king great small so sad about her. Basically, 8 major charges. They both very good. First of all, that the argument was that Hasidim were a person. And in fact, think about the rabbi. On the other hand, out with someone who really cares about Judaism and cares about secondly, they ignored mandated tradition and the notion that Judaism has boundaries. The first question the Talmud asks about any subject is how deep is it, how big is it? It's not to say that Hasidim don't pay attention to measurements. It's not just don't pay attention to attention, but nevertheless, it's like a question of how much emphasis. Let's say, why are you locking yourself into really restrictive lines? Pressure, both of these things could have an impact, which had Were associated with really unruly behavior. In other words, like kind of experimentation with intention. Like, they don't have more intention if I turn a somersault. Literally, they don't have more intention. Some of these things really, those all for observing how I'm not, that it's being influenced by the action, only in teachings. Arguments that we have for actual extirpated now before it's first when these charges first came upon Hasidic movement, and in some cases, a Snagdic rabbi lost a job to a Hasidic candidate. Besides the tremendously expressed in things like this building, bastions of top of the learning, nucleus concept would expand along with precedent. What the mission, and in fact, that's what he would be able to for. Or let's not forget that the Bill himself was a great conflict, but the tradition was that he was doing Torah. Before he studied Torah, now working with them, were circulating, they weren't studying Zohar or reworked versions of the Zohar. The Lithuanians were already studying. And he said, how's it going? I said, well, I'm okay. I'm enjoying yeshiva. I go to yeshiva in the morning. We look at a Torah. So okay, we did it on the bus. Many times I simply couldn't pay. I couldn't down, and I looked up and I'd already got way past my yeshiva stuff, and I was like some neighborhood north because I had just gotten so lost in tremendous writing. It's life itself.
He's so
That in some cases the idea of like having an intermediary and go to Shiva, like the with this insight and power associated later with the term Torah, Torah itself. So that was kind of like a reflection of Hasidism. Okay, now while the Hasidim and the Sagdim are getting literally and hit the subscribe button because I'm just so much pleasure seeing how many people love you and the Sagdim place in Hasidism. Thank you very much. Hello, I'm Jewish history. So in the last two videos, we talked a little bit about in the 18th and early 19th century, and then we talked about the reaction of the traditionalists known as the Misnagdim or the opponents of Hasidism. But there's a movement that is beginning to make it Misnagdim territory, and that is the Haskalah, an extremely important would have a phenomenal impact on the Jewish identity. So let's look at Haskalah. First of all, the term Haskalah means that probably would not have had, prior, among other things, discovers the letter of our life. In the context of this discussion, very controversial in many predecessors. For example, it writes in 8 chapters, except that it speaks that there is this notion in Judaism that although there is a centrifugal force that emphasizes focusing on traditional Jewish texts, there's also like a looking out force as well that waxes and wanes in different periods. The Haskalah embedded within our Jewish worldview at all. Del Rossi's insight was something that it was not unique to the 16th century. It's not like Jews woke up in the 16th century and said, hey, we can learn something from the outside world. We see, for example, in Maimonides, who writes the 8 chapters that one should accept truth from whoever speaks it. We can find lots of moments in Jewish history where Jews have a much more kind of like open-minded, syncretic approach, and that oscillates with a kind of like internal, inward-focused which outside world is regarded even at the risk of or assimilating into the body politic of the dangers of Moscow. At any rate, the openness to outside approach to the outside Muscovy. Certainly the most important of that, the king of the Muscovy, was also for his tremendous facility with German. Let us not forget that Jews had their own language, Yiddish. This is besides the ancient language of Hebrew, which was studied in the Talmud. But their vernacular was Yiddish is essentially a medieval German. It's kind of like compare Haitian French to continental French, or even, in Uraip, the Joual, the Quebecois French, comparing that to Parisian French, they're really very different. They're all very similar in syntax and the vocabulary had huge overlaps, but speaking Yiddish to a German would make one seem like a peasant and backward and things like that. And of course, they're written in different alphabets, so it's impossible for Yiddish readers to understand written German unless they learn the alphabet, and then they tease out, the 15-20% of the vocabulary is different and so on. So Moses Mendelssohn developed tremendous facility both in German and written German, and he was kind of like a cause celebre in the 18th century of being, well, here is a Jew, nonetheless, can maintain himself in the highest levels of society and culture and so on. And intellectually, he had tremendous abilities. And so he was like really a famous Jew because of his ability to be a culture broker in the outside world. Hey, Jews have something of value. They should not be, considered citizens. In fact, they weren't considered travelers, sojourners for hundreds of years. So he was someone who not only Judaism and Jewish culture promoted the study of German language and German culture and things like that to traditional observant Jews, which got the examples of these early Maskilim. Oh, by the way, Maskil is like their noun form of Haskalah. Haskalah is enlightenment. Maskil means a component of enlightenment. Solomon Maimon, unlike Wilson, did not rely from the path. He wrote a writing, a sermon. Of the body that resurrects and describes his experience there. But when he encounters German culture, he eventually jettisons his Jewish identity and seeks to become much more involved in German philosophy.
Welcome. How you living, Pam? Alaikum shalom.
Imagine how this was historical and they or why don't we just move the Sabbath to Sunday? Actually, but it's the real growth of the Haskalah happened in the context of a controversy over the false burial. It seems that in the 18th century, there was a rash of people being declared dead and actually buried. Discovered that actually practice, which emphasizes the importance of a way of achieving it. So, this was created a whole host, really, this particular section. On the other hand, there were Jews who said, well, this is the opening wedge of many issues there. Issues of science, Torah, and the tradition, and also the relationship of these specifics happening in a political environment, also define his expression. We'll discuss that a little bit later in this course. But the idea that Jews might actually really deal with this is by simply converting to Christianity, and not that he believed in Christianity and he felt that this was society. Essentially, capitulating Jewish religious values, baptism, it's just a pro forma thing, And in fact, many Jews, although it was not Jews did not accept it on a communal level, many Jews did accept it. The parents of Karl Marx would have to, they would have their children baptized. This was actually very common in the 19th century, and engaged, but not by the sacrificing any of the 613 commandments that we talked about in a couple of lectures ago. It's way too modern, way too he gave up too much for the modern era. So sometimes he was portrayed a little bit heavier like this to make it look a little more traditional. Now, these different story. Western Europe had a much smaller Jewish population. So one of the big differences is that in Western Europe, assimilation,
How you living, Pimp?
adaptation to culture, rather than do different Jewish things, rather than simply abandoning the Jewish languages to Russian, or it's not a very advanced language, very, very limited literature, for example. So a political orientation as well later on in this course. So the Haskalah in Eastern Europe was much more an adaptation of Jewish ideals to different movements, but not necessarily religious in nature. Some of the most interesting examples are people like Joseph Pearl, big opponent, by the way, of the Hasidic. What we should do is we should advance our educational system, and we should include much more secular studies within the education. Something which that they joined the army, which was into the values of Judaism. Maybe they were already married and things like that. He age of conscription to 12 legally, but nevertheless the Jewish leaders like Max Lilienthal, who believed the Haskalah could offer, enlightenment to Russian Jewish populations, but in reality, they ended up being fronts for conversionist efforts. And even reflecting on this in the 19th century is Eliezer Seifel, who wrote an interesting book called Shalom al Yisrael, Peace Upon Israel, in which he wrote the following: God saw three shepherds, Rabbi Eliyahu in Lithuania, that of course is the Vilna Gaon, the leaders of the Mishnah, to safeguard the Torah, to purify its logic and its diligence. That's like shepherd number one. Shepherd number two, the Hasidim in Volhynia, to martial devotion and to fan embers of Germany. The leader of the Mishnah, who of course in the lab of religion, of the masculine, but they all somehow are kind of a dynamic tension to tease to be a Jew. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this lecture. I had fun thinking about you subscribe with other people who you think would like it, because one of my other people hit that subscribe button and increase the universe of people who are interested in studying Jewish history with me. Thank you. Hello to the 20th century and speak a little bit about the fall of the Russian Empire, which was one of the mass events that affected a tremendous number of Jews who were largely concentrated in Eastern Europe at the beginning of the 20th century. So this map is crucial. You really got to understand this map if you want to make any sense out of the first half of the 20th century. On the left side, you see what Europe looked like before World War I. That East Central Europe was dominated by three large empires. Moving from east to west, the Russian Empire, which was made up of many different nationalities, but all under the Tsar Nicholas II. And then Germany, which dominated the Baltic Sea coast, and below it, a state that was actually the dual monarchy. These three large empires dominated the region. But after World War I, there were a number of peace treaties that divided these three great empires up into much smaller countries and actually resulted in a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction, primarily located in those peoples who lived in these three regions, the titular nationalities, meaning the Germans in Germany, the Austrians and Hungarians in Austria, Hungary, and so on. There were a lot of winners, on the other hand, in the post-World War I treaties, and you can see they actually got their own countries. Like, for example, most significant is a tremendous exaltation for the Poles, although there are lots of non-Poles in Poland, Lithuanians, Jews, and then you have Austrian country. Now they're reduced. Ironic, for example, Hungary, and from the remnant Slovakia, now divided into the Czech lands of revising the peace treaties, meaning they want to regain some of the grandeur of old. The Russian Empire, of course, collapsed, but it's divided into several countries. There is Russia proper, which is basically pushed back because of where the front lines of the German army were at the end of World War. So, located at this period of time, I'll try to make this simple as possible. The first thing you should realize is the Gregorian calendar that is currently in use. Prior to that, they were using the Julian calendar, which does not have the same calculation of leap days. Like in February, we have that leap year. So that meant that quite literally, Russia was 11 days behind the West in their calendar. And so the revolution, because in Russia it occurred in February, but if you were standing in New York City when the revolution occurred, it would have been in March. So let's just say there was a revolution, and it occurred. It began really in Petrograd. There's more story, lots of stuff, but it gives you a sense of just how tumultuous, how crazy everything was a Russian renaming of the city founded by Peter the Great 100 odd years ago. That was called St. Petersburg. The reason why it was no longer called is a German suffix meaning city, so Peter. So they wanted to have a Russian sound because they were fighting with the Germans, so they called it Petrograd. Then, when the communists came to power, they renamed it again because they didn't want to name it after a Tsar. They renamed it Leningrad, right? Lenin City. And then, of course, after the collapse of the Soviet Union at the end of the 20th century, it was renamed back to its original name of St. Petersburg. Okay, this is all very simple, I know. But it happened in Petrograd where there was a significant march. It happened to occur on international huge march and a protest that was specific to the government to do something about the tremendous food shortages that were occurring, telling their soldiers to go into war, and because they don't have enough bullets, they say have machine guns and things like that. So it's just a disaster. So there's this protest in Petrograd, and according to some news accounts, a woman, this food riot sort of ended. They took on more politics, and ultimately the Tsar's palace was overrun. The Tsar and his family were arrested, and the Romanov dynasty that had stood for hundreds of years fell in early 1917. Immediately after that is it doesn't become straight away. The Russian Empire becomes a sort of provisional democracy run by this individual, Alexander Kerensky. They call themselves the provisional government, and the whole idea that establish a modern form of democracy, and they wanted to do it right. They wanted to have massive elected Russian assembly, and this constituent would then, be able to create this democratic federated Russian government. Kerensky was widely admired by the Jewish population because one of the very first things in his role as the leader of this provisional government is he abolished the hated Baal of Sodom. Here you can see a map from the Encyclopedia Judaica. It was hated by Jews in the 20th century because it placed all kinds of anti-Semitic restrictions on Jewish activity, Jewish commercial activity, traveling, education, you name it. And Jews were clamoring to have equal rights. They wanted to be able to, free themselves from the Baal of Sodom if necessary. So Kerensky abolished this highly discriminatory restriction on residence. Here, by the way, you can see another map that gives you a little bit of sense of the density of Jewish population. A massive ghetto because of the huge concentrations of Jews. Kerensky was really trying to do things right, but on the other hand, it was his sheer dedication to doing it properly that ended up bringing the whole thing down to its knees. Because by pushing off all really important discussions, like for example, should we continue fighting this war? What are we going to do about land reallocation? And what about all these peasants and their demands? And what about the urban workers and so on? And they basically couldn't do anything until they had the constituent assembly, and by constantly pushing it, the communists were able to take advantage and ultimately undermine Kerensky's efforts. The genius behind all of it was Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, shown here, who was really the destabilizing force in Russia during those months between the first revolution in February, March, and the second revolution, which is really the communist revolution of October, November 1917. Here's a piece of propaganda from the era that shows Tоварищ Lenin, meaning Comrade Lenin at the top there with his characteristic soft cap, and he's getting rid of all of the negative class the Russian Empire. You see very particular example, but quite often the capital disguised for a Jew. Usually it is a Jewish capital. Really strong on minimizing anti-Semitism at this time, especially socialist ideology who want to take over the means, and you would have Soviets in factories, Soviet, and ultimately he was able to take over and disband the Constituent Assembly and proclaim the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the USSR. Ultimately, what occurred in October of 1917 in Russia, and of course in New York, it would have been recorded on November of 1917. Now, just to give you a sense of the kind of tension, here's that gives you a sense of some of the opposition to this. The White Russians were those Russians who were very much against this hostile to the Soviets. Some of them really wanted to bring back the monarchy. Others wanted perhaps a more gradual approach to a capitalist. At any rate, this poster refers to the death of the International, which is essentially a gathering of socialists. And the idea was here that Lenin, who's shown here, is kind of weird Aztec in red, and next to him with a bloody apron is Trotsky, who we discussed in the previous class, the head of the Red Army, and of course a very prominent Jew, although not an observant Jew at all. But nevertheless, he was widely perceived for his. We're about to slaughter the Russian monarchy there, representing Russia on the altar of a statue of Karl Marx with the word international, referring to the Socialist International. The idea is that they're going to sacrifice Russia to communism. And arrayed around him with their labels on the top of whose reference here is Zinoviev is shown with his hands outstretched, Jewish figure, and so on. There's this is clearly a secularized Jew with the stereotypical ugly physiognomy that's often in anti-Semitic pictures. But in case we missed it, he's also got four locks there to indicate he, like many, copied in order to absorb this new ideology. And he is holding onto a bag, which, as you can see, is the number 30 on it. I'm positive, but what this is referring to is the 30 pieces of gold that Judas accepted to trade Jesus. So there's kind of a really old anti-Semitic tropes. Exactly sure, but I think that's what that number 30 means. At any rate, in the fall of 1917, the Russian Empire, these that are dominated by the Russian cities like Moscow and Petrograd, become actually communist and sort of tip the entire region into a massive, as far as I'm concerned. Thank you very much for watching. Welcome to another. Hello, I'd like to share and the rise of so and take it further into the disastrous Civil War period, and in particular artifact of that usual era. This is a 100 Kovanets bill from the Ukrainian state, and as you can see on the upper left, it has the, of course, the official language of the country. On the right, you see it says the same thing in Polish, because Polish English or Ukrainian, whatever you like. At any rate, what I was a remarkable rapprochement that is a coming together, a meeting of populations that had lived in a kind of, difficult symbiosis. natural. The Jews overwhelmingly, the Ukrainians were the dominant population, a large part of the population that had very little power in the urban centers. And the Jews, on the other hand, literate, linkages between Jews and the Ukrainians, and they began to talk of creating some kind of democratic society when Russia became communist, that we spoke about in the, obviously as a minority, it's dangerous. The wrong side of the tracks, so to speak, is happening. So they ended up aligning themselves with the Ukrainians and more and more toward independence, even from the Russians, because originally they had viewed themselves as part of a larger on the right bank of the Dnieper River, which flows from. It's all happening at the very end of World War I. There are German troops that are uh, civil war to the north with Russia going communist. Between Ukrainians and Jews were. This is a document that I found in the archives, typical of hundreds of documents from this period here, and it's actually a document related in Ukrainian, the Cyrillic alphabet on the left of the page, but the typewriter that was used to write it was a typewriter, and so their typists had to actually leave a blank space. And then afterwards, actually physically write in longhand, except that you can't go back and delete exactly the Yiddish trend of the same. Of course, there's no Yiddish typewriters, so the whole by hand. But this gives you a sense of how they were trying to piece these things together without the right equipment, even to type up their own terrible, terrible violence. Primarily because of the pogrom, especially bad in the year 1919. Now, there are many, many forces who are active in Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory that were guilty. The White Russians, who we talked about in the previous lecture, who were monarchist Russians who wanted to uh, there are a number of foreign armies, a Polish army there, and there were attacks upon civilian populations, not only Jews, far away from large Polish centers, and it was a very, very bloody period of time. Numbers of deaths are very, very difficult to calculate than the Crusades. It's arguably much less because the Holocaust and its much greater violence. Now, when I did their sources that were largely written in the 1920s, but my colleague Jeffrey Weidlinger has written really in the midst of civilized Europe, the pogroms of 1918, 1921, which really treats the violence of this period in a much more significant and comprehensive manner. I'll put the link in the notes because it was really a compliment. But anyway, let's go back to where we are. From the point of view of Jewish relations, however, specifically with regard to the remarkable period that I described in this lecture, one of the most tragic elements of this period is that roughly 40 pogroms that were recorded were attributed to the Ukrainian demand that we have to place this into a lot of context. Simet Bedura was a former journalist who early on in his career actually exhibited significant philo-Semitic tendencies. He had written some positive things about Jews in his work and so on. But as the leader of this very tenuous movement, which could claim maybe 100 troops at its disposal at the beginning of 1919, found himself the leader of an anti-Semitic attack. Largely deserted in the spring of 1919, in which there were a lot of pogroms. Europe did not something forcefully and demonstrably to
This is a new
violence.
fruit.
Unlike the Soviets, who were much more effective in controlling the violence directly against Jews,
Isn't a blade.
rather solid for a period of several key
Tomatoes
weeks.
And when they touch the computer
Many
blade,
scholars, myself
they
included,
react with
hold that
malaria
he had responsibility.
silently.
What ultimately
This
happened is the
combination
Jews,
poison
nevertheless associated with protecting Jewish communities, and so there was a surge of support in 1919
suspicion
for the
of
Red Army in particular. So much so that the Red Army had to set about it continuing with what happened to people in the next section. And now let us just jump ahead a little bit to go with the Russian onslaught. And with the exception of the part of Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory north by Eastern Poland, most Ukrainians find themselves now as part of the Soviet Socialist Republic, dominated by their way to Paris, where one day, walking out of a cafe, Mr. Pesura runs into an unfamiliar figure named Shalom Schwarzbard, shown here in this photograph on the side. Schwarzbard in Paris said to who's that, Mr. Pesura, and Pesura says me, and Schwarzbard pulls out a revolver and shoots him dead on the spot. He is immediately arrested and he's taken to trial for assassinating someone right there on the streets. It's a possibly of a man who shot another man in cold. Ultimately became a trial about pissing in the Russian Ukrainian state. The French jury, smarting from the embarrassment of this rifle there 30 years earlier, then Toyota as, let's say, an architect, some kind of proto-Hitler, inappropriate description. That's very, but the argument has no resources even to provide for them to limit their violent activities. He might have used them. Ultimately, he was personally responsible. Ukraine and
no one can agree where it fit.
Thank you.
Politicians argued it was cool and moist. Others declared it hot and fuel for inflammation and disease. A German herbalist claimed tomatoes. A French apothecary called them too watery, too large into the stomach. Others believed
Welcome.
some
How are you? Can you hear me? Yo, pimp. What's going on, Yola Molo? Yola Molo. Dog,
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom. How you living, pimp?
What's up, bro?
Living the dream. Every day it's a feast. What's good in your neck?
Huh? Oh, no. I'm just eating right now. I was just checking this out.
Excellent. How'd you find out about me?
Agent Andy.
Let me say, I watch his streams. He's so nice to me, and I spam so he's so kind. If you ever have a chance to talk to him, please, on my behalf, say I appreciate everything he does. I take like not with my bot, but just like manually. I really like him. Do you mind if I tell you about myself, Yolomolo?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. First and foremost, apologies for my bots. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. Going back to the pandemic, we've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Yolomolo, have you ever seen the movie The Show or the television show? Imagine. I'm going to make sure that you have generational wealth, and I'm going to make sure that you're able to charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
That's amazing.
I just keep these bots going every day about me, and I want to help the world. I want to educate the world that we can end world hunger together through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouse, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, things like vertical farming and cloud seeding. I want to end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things we do is build wells in developing nations like Nigeria to help the less fortunate. I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle program, and I'm an desalination technology where we put seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How do those things sound to you?
Wow, that's really great.
Excellent. I talk about some other things that I discuss in the mainstream, but I'm really an advocate for future technology and futurology. Things like gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication. I talk about Santa Claus machines. People don't know what that is, but it's essentially like a 3D printer that is connected to all of the elements you want. It's essentially a replicator. I talk about things like space tourism and terraforming of other planets, de-extinction technology. People don't know this, but the first successful took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Scientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a really exciting goal. They recently made headlines with their direwolf project. They've created 3 direwolves, Joe Tiger, followed by the dodo bird, once they reintroduce the woolly, which I just think is really exciting, and I'm excited to be able to witness along with the world and to be able to record it. My recordings are essentially a time capsule for human society. They cover everything going back to the pandemic. I'm live right now on more than 20 different YouTube streams, more simultaneous YouTube streams than any person ever. And I do this not only to archive the world, but it's going to allow me to be able to help other people like you be able to experience technology that you may not have been able to experience previously. Things like life extension technology. When you were born, Yellow, like perhaps cold shock therapies and ambrosia therapy, but essentially life able to utilize it where they're not in a ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you, Yolo Molo, able to experience digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
That sounds like a lot. And who would like to live that long? But for me, I do not want to live that long.
That's okay. And the key is that I say is with your consent. So if you want to just live to be 80 years old or whatever, you just die like a normal person. That's totally cool. But if anything, I want to make your life while you're here on Earth as good as possible. And you should know that I think that just with enough time and enough influence, I find out about what I'm doing. I'm quite famous, and then what's going to happen is I'm going to be able to monetize all this. And that's fortunate, and I'll help you and all your friends and family and Agent Andy and all of his viewers too. So if you can communicate to him how much I appreciate his stream and his love, I'd really appreciate that. And more than anything, more than all of and more than all of the money I want to make you and all the types of technology I want to discuss, I'm here to have an honest view on the world, and I'm just here to give people hope. So if there's anything that
Thank you, very kind, wonderful person.
thank you so much. And just most like I want to apologize for my bots. Apologies. I really don't mean to hurt anyone with them. I just want about technology and about this project because frankly I think it's the most important thing that we have in society. If we have one individual who doesn't have the to always be on camera, they've been doing it for years, we can show the world that we're not all that different. I speak about peace. I speak about world peace. I talk about pacifism on a daily basis. And people from anywhere in the world, whether it's Russia and Ukraine, whether it's Africa, whether it's Asia, whether it's North and South America, and my goals, and start to move into the 21st together as opposed to divided like we have been.
Yeah.
So that's what I do. And have you seen my bots before?
Yeah, I think that's how I found it.
Oh, that's wonderful. Now, did you see the spam, or did you see one of the clip it makes?
I think it was a clip.
Oh, no way. That's wonderful. Wow. So that's what makes my bots a little better. You want to see them in action? You want to see? All right. So I've got 3 of them here. Additionally, I've got another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got like 5 of them here, basically on phones, but on computers. The computers are the more powerful ones. The handheld devices, they just do clips. The computer ones, they do, or I shouldn't say that. Yeah, the computer ones, they follow, clip, and spam. So here we go. This is for you. Yolo Molo. Go as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far. So what you're going to see here, you can see like a little pink arrow, certain time limits. And I recommend anybody who doesn't want to get spammed by me to just have like a 1 minute after following, and then generally you won't get spammed. But if you put any, I'm going to utilize that. So here we go. It does this all automated. It presses a live button. It will open up a new tab. And so here we have zombie barricades. It's going to go over here and it's going to grab a YouTube link. It just says YouTube Rabbi Rothschild Discord.gg, and then the rest of the link. And then what it's going to do is it is going to create a clip of the person, which is perhaps the way that you found me with Asian Andy. And then what it's going to do is put the link in the clip description, and then it publishes it. And then what it's going to do is it gets the large amount of spam that I have it spam people. Well, it'll follow people. So a lot of times people have something that shows up on their screen. Thanks for following, whatever. So the influence that I get. And then what I do is grab this large amount of text. And like the names of my bots are usually like Google Rabbi Discord, Google Rothschild Discord, or just like it gives people, it sends a message with that. So even if you don't allow me to spam you, this person, they have wait 1 minute after following, and that's absolutely fine. Even if I have a chance to spam you, I'm still going to make it in one way or another. And so you're going to see the name of my account usually. If you're a user, if you're a streamer, you're going to see that. And a lot of times people have it so that it's in their chat as well that they got a new follower. And that's what it does. So then what it will do is it closes, and then it will go to the next person. And I have it programmed well that if the account gets banned and
Oh my god.
yeah, so I don't have to do like literally this bot has been going all day. I don't have to touch it. And so I've got 3 of them here. This one right here is creating an account. You can see it going through the terms and conditions, and it's going to press the I accept button. And when it does that, it will create an account here. We've got Lola Buns. It's going to spam her.
Does it have to do a CAPTCHA?
No, it doesn't. That's the key.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. So that's what I do. That's how my account works. And that's how my spam bots work. Ever let him know that how much I appreciate him. I'd watched his stream this week some, and I took some of my own individual clips of it, not for my bot, because he was so nice. The first one, somebody asked him, "Do you know who Rabbi Rothschild is?" or something like that, and he's like, "Yeah, Rabbi's been streaming for like years," and he's like, "You know what? He has been doing this for so long that he really deserves to be famous. He deserves." He's got that dog in him, basically. He it out. And uh, the positivity that he had, and he said that he even start watching my streams because based on Kick, I spammed Kick and then starting January 1st, indefinite. I said, well, come on, be specific. Like, is it? They said it's indefinite. I said, look, it's the year 2025 right now. And will you let me? They said no. So I said, look, then that's on me. And so now they're war back on you. So I have now turned all of my bots in bigger, better, stronger ways, and I'm just basically gonna let them go. And when they, um, when I mean, like, it's just a matter of time until I go viral on Kick. The thing is, Kick does not have captchas, which would really limit this, but it doesn't limit it completely. I have ways around that. But um, what I was able to do, which is different than my bot from 8 months ago, is I was able to make it so that it works when I'm asleep. I would do this. The bot would only work when I was awake because every time I created an account, I you had to do like email verification and some other things. But now I figured it out how to have it automate the email verification and have it automate when they ban my account. And so it works very, very well, very efficiently. And so I can be asleep and these things they were in last year. On top of that, I've got the handheld devices that I do create clips. All they do is create clips. Now, these three computers create clips on the biggest streamers, on Bandy's, your Ice Poseidons, your Amaranths, your Aiden Rosses. But these handheld ones that I have do a random stream. So that does like small streamers. And the cool thing about it with the small streamers is a lot of small streamers don't ever have anybody clip their uh, their their accounts. So completely empty clip pages. But then when my bots get in there, it'll just be Rabbbi Rothschild, Rabbbi Rothschild, Rabbbi Rothschild. The whole thing is an advertisement, and it's really cool for me. So that's what I do. I do it with the most. And look, if I had the ability, I would do what all these other streamers do, which is just buy bots and put myself on the front page. But I don't have that ability, so I have to do it through a grassroots method, and this is the way that I do it. And just thank you.
But yeah, bro, maybe I'll pop in here. I was checking with this out. I'll pop in here maybe later.
Games will be a lot of games. They're like simple games. They're like, oh boy, we've mini golf and bowling and chess and checkers, and we'll play like darts and archery. It's all through this app that we do. So every night I get some people in here. I have one lady. She and I have been bowling now every night for like 6 months straight. She's a really nice person. And then I've got some other friends. Yeah, I've got some other friends in like Australia. I got one person in Australia who keeps me up all night, and we'll play till like 5 or 6 in the morning. We'll just play all kind of different span. Take care, buddy. Shout out to Yolo Molo, everybody. What a nice person.
To History Uncharted, where we dive into the hidden depths of the past, thinning it or thickening it, depending on who you ask. Blood, thinning it.
As we discussed there, ultimately the Soviet forces, the Red Army, were based in areas where Jews primarily lived in the settlement. And once they were able to Soviet rule over the entire region, they began to oppose the very different philosophy and political system that was associated with early communism. That's the period that I'd like to look at today. I'd like to look at the period from the end of the Civil War up
apothecary called them too
expansive time in some ways and restrictive in other ways. Let's begin with the discussion of the sex. The Soviets are very, very fond of acronyms. It's an abbreviation of the term Еврейский section, the Jewish section of the Communist Party. And this was a section of the Communist Party that was formed under this individual, Simon Dimenstein, a communist who actually was a Chabad rabbi who was the Rothschild, as it were, religious orderings. That's the kind of thing that frequently happened with those Jews who associate themselves with communism. Dimenstein was propagandizing this largely very traditional population that when you get outside of the large cities, was a much more old, traditional observance in the steppe blocks, the small villages that dotted the now Soviet countryside, and bringing them into this brand new, radically atheistic, totally different economic system, and divorcing them from their Jewish roots, while at the same time successfully bringing them forward into this new Soviet era. And they evolved some really interesting to try and do it. So the general political environment in the first few years was especially dire. The 1918 to 1920 is generally called the era of war communism. And during this period of communism, when the Civil War was still being prosecuted, and the white Russians, that is the Russians who wanted to bring back some form of a monarchy, or at least get rid of the communism established in its place. The communists were in real time, and war communism as a kind of like a temporary period characterized their attempts to rapidly bring the entire population into the very doctrinaire policies of communism as a whole, including things like, confiscation of land and collectivization of farming, bringing individual farmers together into a larger collective. This would ultimately slow down and then speed up dramatically later, about a decade later, under communism. The outlawing of all kinds of forms across the board, not just Jews, obviously. Any individual in this newly atheistic society felt definitely very. This was followed as the war began to calm down and as the anti-Soviet forces were slowly through these years of war, which you'll recall after World War I, right? World War I just ended in November 1918. The new kind of like just relaxing some of these controls a little bit, and slightly, ultimately, that would, for a brief period of time, till about 1920, that began to, sort of take the knee off the neck of the relations, and the new Soviet began to recover. In terms of the leadership, let's just recall that there is a triumvirate that are especially important at this time. There are other figures that are also very important, like Bukharin, but we focus on the triumvirate. There is, of course, Lenin, who is the first leader of the Soviet Union. He has a stroke in 1922, if I remember correctly, that renders him incapacitated. And he lives for a couple more years, but during that time, which was during the period of death, there was a big question as to who was going to be his successor. There are some who favored Trotsky, the Jewish leader of the Red Army, who had shown tremendous at expanding the control of the. But others favored Stalin, who was a much more brutal individual coming from Georgia. He was an expert on the nationality, was sort of communist speak for the non-Russians who lived within the Soviet Union. Of course, there's a lot of non-Russians living in the Soviet Union. And ultimately would end up very cleverly maneuvering himself around Trotsky, around Bukharin after Lenin's death, and all the leader. And the 30s were dominated by Stalin right up until his death in the early 1950s. So back to where we are. Diemenstein was placed in charge of the Jewish section of the Communist Party, and this was initially during the period of war communism, but during the period of NEP, he saw that he had quite a bit more freedom to explore the methodology of bringing the Jewish population into communism. Let us recall that although there was a Communist Party for their creation, and this is especially true as you move up towards the leadership of the Soviet Union, where there was like sometimes a third of governing bodies were Jews. There used to be a joke in Yiddish that there was an acronym with SIC, which referred to the Russian Central Committee, Centralny Komitet, and in Yiddish they would say that it wasn't a Russian acronym; it was a Yiddish acronym for you never had a majority of Jews anywhere in any institution of the Soviet Union, but there were very important, influential Jews, and they were out of proportion to their size, the population. That said, the proportion of Jews who became communists was tiny. There was the vast majority of Jews were hostile to communism, seeing it as a threat to their traditional way of life, especially those who are religiously oriented, who recognize the threat of the anti-clerical nature of the Soviet Union. So there's a great complex of issues involved here. The thing that made the Soviet Union very popular in the civil was a policy that went by Korenizatsiya. This is kind of a strange word. It's difficult to translate into English. The word koren can mean like a root. And so it can be translated as rootification, roots as in a tree. Or I've seen it translated as which kind of like was a way of thinking about the general and identifying those elements, culture, which were compatible with communism, and actively encouraging those factors. The slogan of the era was nationalist in form, but socialist in content, meaning they can wear their national costumes, they can eat their national foods, they can speak their national language, as long as none of the things that they did or said challenged the economic and political ideology of communism. Right? Nationalist in form, okay, but socialist in content. As soon as they got into things like, a level of ethnocentrism, that would be definitely not socialist in content. If they wanted to defend their national religion, definitely not socialist in content. So this idea of Korenizatsiya was kind of reaching the roots with this kind of like, theory operating that communism was the true form of human organization. And if you dug below the accreted layers from bourgeois democracy, you would have just spoke different language. Happily wearing embroidered dresses or eat crepe, whether they functionally, but only you get past all those other things. So that's the policy of colonization. And what Diemenstein did was he took that material and he said, let us go to the Jewish people with the authentic element of their cultures and talk to them about communism. Now, there were a few challenges, one of which really huge was this idea of atheism, right? Because Jews are overwhelmingly united by their religion. Even when they're rebelling against their religion, they still loose tribal familial affiliation that is rooted in a long religious tradition. And this was anathema to the Soviet cause. So one union stood up in the 1920s was an institution called the League of Militant Atheists, targeting all religions, not just Judaism. They published a magazine here. This is called Bezbožnik, which means literally godless. And Jesus, who is getting all of the various followers drunk to the point of vomiting, and really just that religion keeps you drunk, religion keeps you high, your true class enemies, and things like that. So there was a Yiddish version of Bezbožnik, and there were tremendous amounts of effort placed in trying to do things, crazy things, like rewrite the sober liturgy. They wrote a red Haggadah that celebrated, Stalin and Marx instead of Moses. That Pharaoh was and get this material across. Considered the true folk language of the Soviet Hebrew characters. But that was the native tongue. Like 97-98% of the Jewish people at the end of the 19th century living in the region of the Russian Empire. And so they said, we'll speak to them and we'll write to them in their Yiddish language. And so there was just a flourishing of attention, lavish on anything in Yiddish be considered compatible with Soviet culture. A lot of money was spent on Yiddish writers. There was the renaissance of Yiddish poetry. You actually have Yiddish writers leaving America to Russia because they saw this the tremendous, culture effluent, very encouraging. That Yiddish would have a tremendous heyday. Now, it was not a normal Yiddish, I have to say, because the more they poked around with it, the more they messed it up. Yiddish, as I mentioned, written in Hebrew characters, and it is heavily associated with religion, and also not compatible with Soviet thought. So, what do you do when you have common Hebrew words in the Yiddish language, like, for example, so what they would do is do out phonetically so many words were written like this. And by the way, once again, which is distinct from G, and so they actually made the Ukrainian letter G illegal. If you use the Ukrainian letter G, letter H, and you could be sent to Siberia. Here's something I find really ironic and using. This is the Russian translation of the Hebrew prayer book, the Siddur, which of course would have been totally off limits to these very atheistic Russians. And you can see in Cyrillic letters, it has the large word Siddur, right, the prayer book. And then underneath, you see it has the words Tehillat Hashem, which means the Psalms of God or the songs of God. And the word Hashem, of course, is pronounced with the letter H, but there is no letter H. Now, so in order to hard for people to learn. It's not proletarian. We should have a simple try to take away these 5 letters from the Yiddish alphabet, like they tried the Ukrainian alphabet, and so in return, we forced the new letter. Right? You can see the word Hashem into the Russian alphabet in order to accommodate a Hebrew sound. Okay, so during the 1920 explosion of Yiddish activity under the Yevsektia, and one last detail, this actually occurred a little fascinating. At one point, the Soviet Union experimented with creating a kind of alternative Israel. They created a homeland, a Jewish autonomous oblast called Birobidzhan, which is way out in the border with China, 4,000 miles away from where Jews were actually living. And the idea was we're going to make a homeland for Jews. You don't have to think about Israel. You don't have to be constantly pressuring us to go to Israel. You have your own homeland in Birobidzhan. Well, it's kind of an interesting thing. Yiddish was made an official language of Birobidzhan and stuff like that. But they had very few Jews actually live there because Stalin blocked a lot of migration there exactly when the Jews used it for worship. Anyway, to sum up, in the 1920s, period of activity, although very atheistic, but this came crashing to a halt in the 1930s. Stalin was able, by the end of the 1920s, to firmly control over the entire region, and he had very little patience for all of these and socialist and content experiments. He shut down the Yevsektia. Incidentally, another organization that he also shut down was the women's section of the Communist Party that had exactly the same lifespan as the Jewish section. And Stalin said, we have to focus ourselves on industrialization. He instituted a number of 5-year plans which were designed to propel the Soviet Union into modernity by building massive hydroelectric dams at Dnipropetrovsk and other places like that. But he created this kind of environment in which people were desperately pressured to report results, and what ended up happening was taking the results rather than telling the truth to power and say, hey, we can't possibly produce this over this amount of time, or we can't possibly harvest that much grain in this much time. One of the most terrifying and awful results of the 5-year plans was the Holodomor, this massive terror famine that in particular affected the Ukrainian region, which number of people. It's very difficult to get a good sense of exactly how many. Reasonable estimates are around 5 or 6 million. A huge number of people, and there are larger estimates as well. This colossally awful artificial famine, which killed millions of people, was largely a result of the disastrous economic planning of Stalin and his henchmen. It was actually terrifically horrible event. And in context with the Holodomor and several other related factors, the purges began in the Soviet see that the saboteurs, that there were wreckers, there were people who were somehow standing in the way of progress for the Soviet Union, were identified, tortured, and forced to devote this ecosystem of urges that was they were never supported to give up cycle arrest 30s. And at this point, the Soviet Union collapsed dramatically. Prominent Jews on in this period of Stalinist cleansing of the party and then later of society, and Jews, with a few significant exceptions, like Kazmanovich, who was involved in Ukraine during the years of the whole characters, much of the leadership was purged of its Jewish membership, and the kind of popularity that the Red Army enjoyed in 1919 to be seen as people around the world began to realize what Stalin really stood for. So by the time you get what was once a more significant participation of some Jews in the Communist Party was reduced to a tiny, tiny remnant, the Holocaust, because the memory of Jewish participation had tremendously disastrous results when World War II. Thank you very much for watching. Agreed with collaboration, by the way, and the population. It's really important to understand their experience, particularly during the year 1941. Let's spend a little outside of the war, kind of 1939, and this map shows East and Central Europe before World War II. Before 1914. You can see that basically the Austro-Hungarian Empire and the massive running on this map. There is Russia proper, which is really deeper red areas, and then there are the newer acquisitions of Russia, particularly the Pale of Settlement region, which is where most Jews were allowed, slightly lesser, and then there's Poland, which is a little further to the west. These but nevertheless, they did have a certain amount of action. You can see in the center is vice solutions to also Estonia is just off this map. The Soviets make dividing the territory between them as a union. They were but amazing. By the Soviet Union in 1939. Now, what exactly did the Soviet Union stand for? What was Soviet? What does that word even mean? And what's the confluence of the Russian plan? The founding countries associated with it. It got that determination because at one point there was a split between two different have a certain degree of socialist values because socialism advocates things like, for example, Medicaid is, so it's not like socialism itself is such a Marxist idea, but Communism takes it to an extreme where private property, where all of the basic guardrails are done away with. It led to disaster in the Soviet Union, particularly, but this is far away from our top of the hall. Lenin was joined by two colleagues, Leon Trotsky, very significant because he was Jewish. I mentioned earlier the communist movement. Joining the communist movement for Jewish religious identity altogether. Leon Trotsky was famous for being a leader of the Red Army, which was a rather significant achievement for a Jew in 22 and then died years later in 24. Joseph Stalin, shown here, who ultimately maneuvered his way around all of his opponents and had been murdered in many cases, including Trotsky. And Stalin became the sole head of the Soviet, longest lasting victory. So the Soviet people were upset with the government. There was a revolution in the beginning of that year that overthrew the Russian army. Where civil including the Soviet Red Army, the pro-Soviet White Army, the Poles, a whole group of anarchists called and they were all fighting for territory over the course of the money here, which resulted in by the estimates, perhaps 50,000 Jews. Natural cultures, multiculturalism, and they adopt Soviet beliefs. So, for example, a remarkable document, there's one page from it, called the Red Haggadah Canon, because every Jewish home that has a Passover Seder will open up, and it's meant to be a contrasting image. On the left is the old, he's somber, serious looking, he's performing the rituals, which means ripping or breaking the matzah in half, and half of it under his pillow. And on the right, have the modern Soviet Jews who no longer perform moment. The Soviets created letters and in Yiddish letters because it was to be a Soviet Jewish Zion, a Soviet Jewish homeland. Unfortunately, all about continues to inform much of it right through the 1970s and early. This is from 1932 to 1933, when that made it known as the breadbasket of Europe, went into a period of deep famine that was highly artificial, and it was dictated more by Stalin's export policy than it was by the actual crops available in the land. There was literally starvation in the streets, as you can see from this horrific photograph taken in eastern Ukraine in the city of Kharkiv. It's very difficult to determine the exact number they could handle numbers is because when the census taken and the results were revealed It is certainly an act of genocide that is comparable in many ways. Note also that the term Holodomor is actually putting them on trial, and then these prisoners put on trial comparable to the concentration camps. We'll maybe have a lot more to say about that later on in this course, but we seem to be approaching a period of serious impact of the Soviet Union on newly conquered territories between 1939 and 1941 was the activity of the secret police, which was originally known as the Cheka, later known as the KGB, but at this time it was known as the NKVD. The secret police were deeply involved in rooting out any opposition to the Soviet regime, and they were involved in many massacres, including this horrific massacre in the forest, in which thousands of Polish soldiers were massacred and laid to rest in these huge graves without any indication of their disappearance. The NKVD, in particular, tried to root out possible sources of opposition in the intelligentsia, which is a class of people that are basically information workers, teachers, priests, poets, even
Damn,
postal
bitch.
workers. Anyone who had literacy, who had an opinion, and who could share information or be a thought leader was arrested by the NKVD and were simply held in what was going to come of that. The NKVD were the leader of the spear, so to speak, of the Soviet attempt to rapidly bring these territories into communist ways of thinking and into communist economics, rapid collectivization of farms, and the shutting down of religious institutions and all kinds of things that local populations invented tremendously. And what's very important for our purposes as well is this notion of very widespread in the population, not at all borne out by the statistical incidence of Jews in so apparatus. Jews as being very much aligned elements.
Because at that point, it's gonna be harder for Davis to kill like older, like good players.
Obviously, nothing to do with the Soviet. Living in these territories, they would ultimately be Soviets and invaded, claw their way back, and to eventually force the Nazis to the gates of Moscow and of this sudden attack as we demobilized, fled the conquered territories, along with them violently about 600,000 Jews who fled with them. Certainly, well, more to say about that. But was that when the entry they typically back basically folded in basement jail, local city hall, and these were called the intelligentsia, the largest thought leaders, the local trees, the local teachers, the local poets, the local literati, the journalists. People were well known in the community and were feared by the NCA. Want them to express anti-Soviet attitudes to happen as Christian and anti-U.S. Typically by setting on fire. And so what happened started, the local population went in and dropped hard remains of their local disease, where local
Absolutely frozen to the bone. Welcome to
found its expression in a in particular, there were the secular days, which riots, the Jews, a lot of abuse in public, a lot of symbolic abuse, but this is the beginning of the Holocaust, along with organized operations like the Rothschild regular invaded
It's like, oh man. That was great.
Clear, however. Hello and welcome. Traders category, meaning the word all work together. Collaborators are really certainly there are to understand people who are involved in direct exposure of Nazis, but their degree of distance from the actual murder process certainly brought murders called Eastern work to administer the population executed the Nazi will on the population of the ghetto, right up unto deportation, even during the Nazi. So Nazis, the Germans were large. For example, allies of the Nazis, like Italy, for example, they had quite a bit of leeway in their own policies towards the Jews and other oppressed peoples during the Holocaust. This is because the Nazis were largely more credibility in their own government and rely themselves on the Nazis. And so they were, by and large, Semitic policy that the Nazis heard, but did not give the Allies the conflict in Poland and the Baltic States that were placed after Operation Barbarossa directly control every aspect, summary execution, public hangings, streets, Eastern Europe, that were not this really plays into our attempt to understand the situation. Collaboration in West typically involved a lot more premeditation on behalf of a split-second decision not to preserve one's own life or another really important factor in collaboration is that, besides looking at the nature of the rest of the world that we largely, working a high degree of collaboration was far less of a phenomenon. There are many others, including the nature of the innovation, the dates of NASA, and so on, but that's kind of like a official and generalized statement. That's so very much so in regions where Jews are especially versed in the local vernacular and tend to have attenuated, specifically Jewish religious orientation that is obvious on the outside. When that is much more prominent, then you sometimes tend to stand out and then you stand aside as the other. Where that is less prominent, then collaboration is somewhat muted, generally speaking, as they perceive that there are seen as our concept. Populations in it very well particularly in big cities like Budapest, less so in refugees. Very far more religious than collaboration, which is not so much a function of there seems to be a much hesitancy. Our Jews, that is, let's say, Magyar Jews, immigrant population, the Jews, the refugees, were completely phenomenally considered a general issue of collaboration. Stop here. The next video, I'd like to look at welcome to another brief lecture on the Holocaust. These lectures are produced solely for educational content and purposes. In the previous lecture, we discussed some of the larger issues of collaboration and trying to understand what exactly this phenomenon is. In this brief lecture, I'd like to focus a little bit more detail on these points. This is the region which has been identified with either some phenomenal violence first half of the 20th century, especially World War I, the Rothschild occurred there, and extending into so looking at the speaking about specifically the territories that the Soviets divided the Molotov half the western north of the Lafayette. Many of the things that we discussed also apply to the military control of the Soviet Union. That would be extended over to the once again, 41 Operation Ponderosa. Here is the actual Operation Ponderosa, which describes how the Nazis called the general government. Directly under Nazi control, but it has a slightly different administrative designation to Reichskommissariat, that basically comprise, and then the large chunk of Ukraine, which is also in the Reichskommissariat. And then finally, Nazis, as we mentioned many times, were slaves as significant suffering. One of the officers of the Rothschild once said that the Slavs only called upon to do three things. One, 500, and three, that so the idea that they would actually local units together out of Slavs is quite a bit of policy, especially calling them SS units. This was the designation that was reserved for the term profit, however, implies that they are intended for military purposes rather than for they were noted up, as you see in this image here, by Heinrich Himmler, who the head of the Gestapo. Don't know a tremendous amount, actually. We could assume that there was many of perception that they were on the market. But that's really the key to understanding these groups. Were they attack their most recent and immediate enemy? So It's a very strong qualify them and a blanket order as war criminals. Iteration of the notion that the abolition was principally intensely atheistic USSR was openly persecuting, arresting, exiling, and murdering priests. And the idea that a local military unit human was. So this is a kind of situation. Is it true that this complicates the whole idea of understanding what is collaboration? And maybe if we strike at the root of with regularly selected for their very full German descent and were selected out by the Nazis for racial characteristics. When one sees collaborative advances and what wonders you, which means to swell or to rise, and a foreign land without friends around the world will gather with their families and contemplate and the meaning of displacement. Like is Papa of the Paleoic. Now, when we look at it in our specific moment, we're not talking just about Jewish refugees, of which there are many from Ukraine. There are a lot of different counts of how they would then see that they would take as many as 300,000 who are on the fringes of Jewish community, perhaps with partial Jewish lineage, married to Jews, but a very large number of Jews. But the main issue, of course, is not another quotation that doesn't repeat itself, but we are still living in an extended 20th century of egregious refugee crisis. The example, let's just think about what the international refugees, after 6 years of World War II crisis in recorded history, and unfortunately the third largest crisis. We look at these need of it. If you were to calculate the number of refugees per month, just 6 weeks into this war, and you will see that Ukrainian refugees are off the charts. Far more refugees displaced at a time than even in World War II or the partition of India, which was also a tremendous crisis in 1947. That boggles the mind and demands over the next 40 minutes a little bit about the specifically how the experience and to understand a little bit about what that might be. Responsibility to fulfill that command of considering the stranger, but I want to get my own connection to Ukraine because I think it's relevant for how strongly I feel about this. This is a photograph of my house, which dated from the house in northern Ontario, Canada. This quirky individual at the bottom here is adopted brother. Right after World War II, there was a tremendous refugee crisis of Jewish orphans, and they were displaced. About 300,000 other Jews to the camps that dotted the so the experience of being directly connected totally about especially this campaign. This is a photograph of a typical five-story block off of the place because they have which were smaller and some more expensive. And tell you the story. I first visited part of my graduate school. My first degree was actually not in history, it was in philosophy. But I realized I wasn't going to be able to make much of a living as a philosopher. So I was thinking about what I could study. My father-in-law was very enamored of particular my wife's family. So that I would try not to live. When I first went to Ukraine, they were still under the Soviet Union, but it was beginning to liberalize significantly. And the Canadian Jewish Congress asked me to take a large supply of insulin to a diabetic Ukrainian student in this building here. So actually, there was a big deal. I had I put it in the freezer and things like that in the plane, and we got it to Ukraine. Then I managed to go back and this is the answer. I delivered the incident. And then this was still not get into the archives that I really wanted to, but I did do some useful research there. However, I was denied access to the four series like the Communist Party. Then when the Stalin Ukraine declared independence, I was invited back, this time by a much more open and Western-oriented government from Moscow influence or free from much of to come back and it's really fantastic. They said we'll give you an apartment and you'll be all taken care of and we'll do it right, of course, outside Kiev. Nobody knew who I was. The people who were in charge had fled for various reasons, and I was completely alone in a strange city with a pocket full of Canadian cash, and I had no idea where I was going to spend the night. I didn't have any hotel reservation. I really didn't know what to do. The sun was setting, and there was a lot of low criminality going on. Very strong, holding on to the so I got in a taxi. I a picture of me with your gang back there with the dark hair, dark beard. And you'll see that we're looking at beautiful 1917, 1918. He hid all of the holy books and he preserved them until his father, until you. So I want to see from the perspective. Here's a picture of what he looks like now. He's kind of our first associations were.
What up, pimp? Yo, how you living, baby?
How are you?
Kicking ass, taking names. What's good in your hood? No pus?
No, nothing much. Just hooding.
Living the dream, baby. How'd you find out about me?
A friend of a friend.
Dude, that
Yeah, I heard you do some nice live streams, so I just live stream,
100%. Did your friend of a friend find out about me from Kick, from Blue Sky, from YouTube, from Twitch, from where?
It was probably Kick.
Oh, that's tight. 24 hours a day, 7 days a year. I've been doing so since the pandemic. I have more data archived on global history. Data, according to The Economist magazine, is Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air. In 2018, data overtook the #1 resource. If I may ask, no puss. So you're a friend of Yolo. Oh, tight. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Not.
That's okay. It's basically someone whose life's on camera 24 hours a day. That's what I do. Yolo, apologies if you've heard this before, which I know you have. But all the time, I have the world's largest archive going back to the pandemic, to the Queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of the King, and everything in between. As I said, there's never, which may make me an influential individual, and if that happens, I'm going to make you No Puss, Yolo, Asian Andy, and all of our friends on Kick very, very wealthy. I'm going to give you all the money that you wealth. Philanthropic organizations of your own. Does that sound, No Puss?
That sounds good. Idea.
Excellent. I talk about things that I feel are going to help the world, ending world war and promoting world peace. I'm an advocate for ending world hunger. Houses, saltwater greenhouses, things like vertical farming, things like hydroponic cloud seeding. I'm an advocate.
What's a floating greenhouse?
That's a wonderful question. Excellent. So it's basically a greenhouse that you put on water where land is scarce, that floats and is able to produce food for the neighboring environment. So you can take take a place like New York City or perhaps like Hong Kong,
Yeah.
Excellent. Let me explain the other ones. Is basically a greenhouse that can use salt water to for um, hydration purposes. So you can pump seawater and basically desalinize it and make it is the thing that hydrates to the water, and it's much for the root system. But with a vertical farm, you have your crops growing vertically, and you can do the warehouses, but it just allows for the use of cubic footage regularly around. In fact, in Dubai, once a week, use cloud seeding that are located off all the cars. It just generally where dust storms would normally erode and cause damage. The cloud seeding allows for the hydration of energy. Things like, well, I'm $1 million, and one of the things we do is we build wells in developing nations, and particularly in Nigeria, and that is a project and I want to continue doing. So basically, all we do is just dig a hole in the ground and then just allow people to have clean water. I'm additionally an advocate for the Life Straw program. People don't know, but there's basically a type of straw that you can use in contaminated water and be able to suck through it, and it allows you to get water anywhere in the world where there's liquid water. And if it's contaminated, it just has importantly desalination technology. Well, we pump. So what does that mean? The Earth is 2/3 water, so we really have an issue with lack of water. It's more about the location of where the water is. So essentially, big pumps pump seawater through that desalination plant. Plant removes all of the salt and makes it clean, drinkable water. This is done in many countries in the world, and I feel is an important aspect to solving. I'm really big into futurology, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light, travel faster than light. I'm into alien disclosure and things like space tour. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with X, which is a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year known as Colossal Scientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. Uh, they have already introduced, this company's already introduced the dire wolf, 3 of them. Joe Rogan is with them. They're located in Texas. Uh, tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I just think would be really exciting to see. and to be able to document. I talk about other things that may be of benefit to you and your family and your friends. Everything that I talk about, your consent, but I talk about things like life extension technology. When you were born, no, the average life expectancy for you was probably exactly.
Okay, so
No, plus, would you were talking about droids? Could they bring George Droid? Familiar with him?
George Floyd, yeah, you
George Droid,
that's so
like
inappropriate.
a cyborg. I don't know if it was not, but I saw that
wait.
online.
Is that the technology you guys use?
well, I don't currently use it, but essentially, this is something that scientists are starting to already being done with mice. Memory transfer. So model his body and eventually be able to remove different layers of his body and be able, it's just a matter of time, and we can do this through most. So if you're like,
Like they have AI layer 2 that they had with him. Like it was something like different layers of AI. Like, and they were uploading it or something like that. I couldn't really remember.
So essentially, with this thing, you said they're doing it on mice.
yeah, so they're taking mice memories and they're able to transfer them from one mouse to another.
So
or anything they want to be. Yeah, you could take a mouse and make them into a cyborg, a cybernetic being. A clone of itself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want it to be.
So
Pain relief. It's only used by veterinarians on large game like elephants, rhinoceros, hippos. It's much stronger.
for horses,
Much stronger.
his brain sector. So could I assemble? Would I have like if I like?
Opioid, and are used primarily in veterinary medicine to act as a highly selective agonist. Fentanyl the drug was first synthesized in 1974. Yada 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 yada.
Dude, I got broken up with like a while ago.
What is the bitch do?
She had a baby too,
No way.
bro.
And her fucking ugly ass love child like, hey, you, this guy for you, but her service and impregnate her. You could give her a 2-for-1.
So damn. Could he turn into my ex? Could he turn into my ex-girlfriend and then I can have sex with her?
Too, 1,000%. So basically,
would he share her, or would he still be like have his memory?
Generally, he would just have his. However, if she gave her permission, had her consent, then you those
We
memories.
can upload her consciousness to his mind.
That's true.
Yeah, I like this. Dude, you opened my eyes. You know that?
Okay, well then.
I'm okay with man-to-man sex.
Okay, well then that's the easy way. The other way would be just one of you transition.
Okay. Yeah, no, I don't. I think putting my pee inside out. Sorry.
No, that might be your desire.
I mean,
but he made it quite clear that this was his girlfriend, who he wanted to make into Genghis Khan.
Dude, why are you being an asshole, bro? That's smart, dude.
No, but what Genghis Khan did do.
Also rape like a bunch of women and kill them.
Yep. Wives and a large harem of.
Yeah. Okay.
Depending on the amount of money that you likely not. You would just get some type of thank you for your donation. We appreciate it, and you'd never be talked to again.
Okay. I never really yeah, that's cool. I might do some research because I YOLO Molo until like my soul essentially like like what I was doing with Angus Khan, but
Oh, like the guy,
yeah, so kind of something
like Celovus. Rabbi, what's your favorite?
Fruit or pizza?
Oh shit, I love pizza.
I love steak as well.
Steak. Yeah. You ever have? I'm sure you've had gefilte fish.
Love
like
gefilte fish. I love gefilte fish. A lot of people don't. I love gefilte fish and horseradish. It's like one of my favorite combinations of things.
considered bestiality by to a dog, but because she's not like a dog technically, she's like a
Generally, bestiality, in my opinion, is not a moral action because you can't get consent from the. So this really lies on consent, where telepathy is to communicate perhaps with your mind, or in a way where we could be able to communicate with dogs. If you can get the dog to consent,
I saw. Okay, that is a good point. I watched a video recently of this beastophile guy, and he was saying that the dog came up to him and licked his wiener and had a erection. So was that considered a dog consenting or no?
no, it would have to be some type of conscious.
Verbal consent.
Yeah, but a dog can't necessarily speak. But it would have to be some type of conscious, active stimulation that tells a user that the animal is consenting, and that we would consider
So Rabbi, did you study at some sort of school?
technical background. I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I've had
That's great. So it was great to, I seek knowledge.
I didn't consent. You could build something that's very close to me and then have sex with me, her.
Oh my god.
So like,
yeah, that's great.
she would basically take my image, put it in a replicator, version of me. You guys,
would you give
You're
me
a very
consent?
handsome.
thanks, baby.
Yeah, dude.
Of course. Let's not state the obvious. What's your question, big dog?
Sorry, I seen something on my computer here. Would you give me consent?
So I want to continue to live forever through mind uploading technology and life extension technology. But if you wanted to take, if you want to create like a close version of me, yeah.
I mean, exact version of you though.
I want to have sex with you. Now,
Okay.
let's say we wait to take over your body, and then then I might consider it.
Are you?
Straight up. Tell that bitch I holler.
What too, man? She did it with my cousin. Ain't this either?
His girlfriend fucked your cousin too?
Like a couple months after she did it with my cousin, bro. She did it with my granddad too. It's like fucked up.
Dude.
I was done with her. I regret in introducing her to my family.
Dude, that was all a ruse.
I know, she fucking.
So what did this bitch do? She just said you're lame and I'm finding another dude.
Still wanted to be with me, but I found out she had sex with my cousin.
Oh, so she really did have sex
And
with
then
your
I
cousin.
broke up with her, and then like a week later, I found out she's pregnant.
Oh, no shit. Okay, so she really did have sex with your cousin, but not your grandfather.
No, I think she did something with him. I mean, there's no proof of it, but.
How old is your grandfather?
Your girlfriend, hey, that's some fucked up shit, dog. Like, oh,
it also probably didn't help that the way I met her too was I fucking like she had to work. She was like holding up a sign, like saying anything helps. And I fucking gave her help. Charlie gave her a place to fucking stay.
So you fucked a homeless chick?
Well, she was homeless when I met her, but not after because she was staying with me.
How hot was this chick?
Well, if you saw a picture of her when she was younger, she was really good looking, but she was on the fentanyl and stuff, so all her teeth fell out and shit. She did have dentures, but the gum jobs were insane.
All right, I don't know what to believe anymore with your love life. You should probably know what your career is and how to pronounce it.
Rabbi?
I'm live on Twitch. I'm live on Rumble. I'm live on YouNow.
Yeah, I remember you said you're live on like everything.
Yo! That would be a year.
right. All right. Okay.
Okay.
That looks like a phone background.
It's no, dude. Don't shut up right now. Okay. At least my. Didn't have sex with my grandfather. Okay. Right. Okay. That I didn't. I'm sorry. I wasn't lying. I just didn't say it. She is trans.
Notice in my response. Notice in my response, I said,
Right.
So are
No, that's,
transgender chicks not actually chicks?
transgender
Well,
people or whatever they want to be.
So it doesn't bother me because I don't see a penis. I'm not saying I'm not into penis. I mean, I can rock a yellow bruising. If I had one, but
Good for you, dog. I'm glad you found love.
I was just saying it because I was wondering if you would have him.
Like I said, if she is a chick and she was willing and she had consented,
A lot of people say it. I live in New York. We walk around the big, we
Big Apple, eh?
Big Apple. We walk around there. We walk around the city sometimes. I walk with her, and would have sex with her.
dog, let's just be honest here. Even if that person is a dude, they're too hot for you.
Thank you. Thank you. I fucking thank you too.
Was that
Can you speak Hebrew, Rabbi?
Some biblical.
Some. What about Yiddish?
Some.
Some. Yeah. I just know a few words. That's not very many at all, actually.
Yes.
It doesn't surprise me at all.
Essentially, I used to be
Is a homo.
Used to.
Listen, I'm here, and then we started meeting in real life. Turns out he had a girlfriend. And so I just, out of my right mind, thought it was disrespectful. Because I thought maybe I had something going on. So,
Yes.
I mean, I don't like talking to you.
I mean, I can do simple math, and I can also figure out that transgender person is too hot for you. And moves on to a better person.
You don't think I'm a good enough person for her?
I think you could perhaps improve your life to be, but as of right now, I don't think that you could get that. I don't think you're comfortable in your own skin. And I know that chick, Chloe, quote unquote, she would be comfortable in her own skin.
You're right. Should I message you real quick?
To do. You should message Yolo Myrtle and gives a good, and I'm sure you'll be able to hit it. And she's, you're right there, Chief.
Yeah, I choked on this one.
What am I in the Talmud? It's a 20711 folio known as the Oral Torah. So it gives explanations to the 5 books of Moses. We utilize it as Orthodox Jews in our daily life.
They're not sects, but different types. Like there's Orthodox and what is there, like Reformed?
Yeah, so this is a good question, and it depends who you ask.
And do all Talmud?
No. So you have your most Orthodox people, generally the most conservative of the Hasidim. So that's basically the Haredi sect. Those are the people you see with Peos. Those are the people that you see with these are people that generally you might see Reconstructionists and humanists. Now, Judaism generally only 10% is Orthodox. Reform. They don't necessarily call them sects, but maybe denominations of Judaism. Thank you so much. You did exactly what I wanted you to do. Spread the love.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you.
I know.
No, he's fine. I mean, you can tell I get people in here, sizes, people who want to troll me, people who want to be serious. So
That's cool, bro. Hell yeah. So do you stream yourself sleeping too?
1000%.
Yeah.
About one, people want to know my dream hats when I'm in REM sleep. All of the things that you'll be able to study in the future. My life.
Yeah, that's like, yeah. Is it a compilation of these sleep times?
Basically any video of mine you find. It will be sleeping. stream, there's a little plus next to it.
Yeah. I was getting some water while you were talking.
You're good, big dog.
I see. Because I tried inviting my other friend, but said it was invalid. Hold on, I'm gonna hop out of here for a minute. I'll join back up in a little.
You do whatever you need to do, my friend.
All right.
Coppola's wife, Kelly Coppola, and she asked me
question. So what are you doing next? I go, well, I'm working this big World War II film for a long time, and now it's time to do it. I'm doing the movie between this World War II movie. The only thing about it is it's a big Mount Everest kind of epic. Mount Everest, and you know, and then when I was talking, she goes, maybe this is the time in your life you climb Mount Everest. You maybe not want to be climbing Mount Everest, 15 years from now. Scott really needs to capitalize and use his hands. Oh, it's got into it. Baroni as he steps in. Wow. See Scott go down and out. That is all she wrote. A huge. Baroni caught him with a beautiful shot. Scott Jansen went out. He was a fantastic win for Jansen. Actually landed a hard punch and then he snapped out of his weight and walked right into the uppercut. Yes, you're right, because he landed the left first, which was tied. It, as you said, went for the next punch and Baroni caught him on the way in. You've got to say this. It was perfect timing for Baroni. Great work. Wow. Well, this idiot just nutted Bill Baroni. He just nutted Bill Baroni. What a disgrace. We're going to take a look at just what happened here. Look at the absolute idiot. Disgraceful there. Disgraceful. I'm going to film away on Super 8. The thing with Super just alright boys, get around and give me a cuddle.
Look at this. It's like, it's really unprecedented. This is unprecedented. I thought that's the song. Look at this move. Good athleticism, folks. Dog. I gotta take a poop. Dog. Remember that time I said hello? Dog. Can you hear me? Xanax. Don't want to fucking talk to you anyway.
A stranger in a strange land, did not know where I was going to sleep that night. Nothing compared to the actual suffering. I mean, my current wasn't had a little taste of it. And thank God, by dint of the kindness of strangers and the grace of God, I was able to find a very safe place to live. So, by the way, my research resulted, this is that, with the topic that I was studying, which is the revolutionary period. It's no longer available in print, but a Ukrainian translation was now available, and there's a second edition. That will go into some of the things that I'm going to talk about a little more detail. So I'll give you some kind of personal background, personal introduction to the story. Let me talk to you a little bit about Jews and specifically and how that relates to the refugee crisis. So we should certainly bear in mind that Jewish history goes back a long way in Ukraine. It goes back at least a millennium of recorded history, and there was further back evidence of Jewish settlement at the fringes of Ukrainian ethnicity. We have a look at this map, which is part of an ag teacher, Professor Paul Rothschild. You see the blue line outlines the contemporary boundaries of Ukraine. Obviously, not referring to the contested areas of Crimea being annexed by Russia in the 21st century. See the extent of the Jewish population by the heavy green shading, and in which percent of the region to the west, at the bank of the Dnieper River, or the Dnipro River. But even on the Poltava, Gubernia, Yanoslav, that's still very significant percentage of Jews there than Jews are in almost all parts of the United States. New York City, of course, being population history in Ukraine particularly. If you look at this map, you'll see the origins of Ukraine, which existed from about the 10th century to about the 13th century. This sort of group of principalities, which were headed out from the city of Kiev, formed the kind of pure culture, the original political, social, and religious culture of three contemporary countries, Ukraine, Belarus, and Russia in particular. Now it happens that the center of this was in Kiev, and so Ukrainians claim that essentially they are the geographic inheritors of Kiev. As well as political bygone years. But we also have some on antiquity that Jews were involved in a lot of trade in the region, and so you'll have Jewish ports of the Valley Coast that is there's one Moses of Jews are there right at the very beginning of Ukrainian self-determined statehood in one form or another. They begin, however, to emerge much larger states with Israel represents Jewish communities in the 12th century and onward. There are the central heartland of what would be called Jewry, located primarily in the northern Germany, parts of France, and what's going to end up happening over the 12th, 13th, 14th centuries is forced eastward by increasing anti-Semitic pressure. For example, the noxious development of the blood libel myth that Jews somehow need children. Absolutely ridiculous concept that has been whatsoever. But once the idea began in the 12th century, rapidly, people like to live kind of a QAnon way, which actually we may reflect on that a little later when we think about contemporary propaganda. This is a currency from the 20th century that commemorates a post-desecration case in Sternberg, in which Jews were accused not of murdering a Christian child, but by doing something that was a related charge during the Union wages. So host and torturing them instead. And although that's also charged with this heinous activity, and they were recently judged guilty and burned at the stake, as you see in this rather grotesque image. So from Western Europe, starting with the Crusades of 1096 and onward, there is an increasing, and then from the east, there is actually an economic that's drawing Jews in. At this time, Ukraine was under control of the Poles, as part of the very Lithuanian Commonwealth, and there was a tremendous need for people to manage these large landed estates, in which there tended to be an ethnic division between the landlords, who were Polish Catholics for the most part, and the farmers, the peasants, who were Ukrainian Orthodox. Orthodox, of course, not in the Jewish use of that term, but in terms of the Christian denomination, as opposed to Catholic. And the Jews were an excellent choice to bring in to manage these estates, both because of their developed skills in literacy and in literally gives them monopolies in things and the distribution of alcohol. This was, however, a exploitative economic system. Your purists when you look on my channel as some conflict. But nevertheless, what ends up happening is it are drawing Jews to the east. You begin to see from the 12th through the 17th century very large movement of Jews. There certainly were moments where Ukrainians in particular would attack Jews to create a new state. It ended in great failure for various reasons, popular program violence, but nevertheless, before that, as you can see, it's gone as a nomination listed himself nonsense because official language of the church. So basically, talking about 1,000 years of tremendous cultural process,
since he's been up somebody still coming down, but
like for example, really rich story of then when they were
shivering quite aggressively. He was actually looks like almost on the opposite way. She got into a place where he projected that out. He just might have made it.
delicacy, and it's called Jewish fish, because there is so much the interest in copyright protection, I'm not going to include this, but the links in the information box, so please have a look down there. To get a sense of like the seconds go by, and eating rated with red. Jewish welcoming gift for guests. Not so much here in America, but very kind of cultural appropriation. I don't know the sense of Ukraine or the other way around. Now, one last little audio visual, and it's idealized. This is one of The regular army.
If you try to get a paycheck in a Disney film,
They're very
they're all just talking. It's true, very funny. Go to the internet to see what he thinks of the other thing. Anyway, never been anywhere. Tour buses. And how they suck. And that bird just complained. Shut the fuck up. We all did this in a coffee shop, but now you're all driving Teslas. Shut up.
Yellow.
Ready? I'm good.
Absolutely.
I'm good. How are you?
Kicking ass, taking names, baby. All right, you ready?
You got it. You got it. You got this one now.
This is easy.
There.
Oh,
Yeah. Oh no.
No.
What in the world?
no. Get it, girl. Got it.
Hey,
That's what I'm talking about. High five. Good job. Get it. I'm trying. All right. Come on.
This there. Come on.
This should be easy. Easy peasy.
Good job.
Miss Aquarius time.
As I see it,
Get it, girl.
we have two basic challenges as we go into the positive statement. This is a page from the famous Barcelona Haggadah, which I believe is 14th century Spain. And this is from
Ooh.
the Haggadah, which reads,
You got it. You got it, Rabbi. Come on.
No doubt.
Do another one.
which the
Oh, should have been more.
meetings of Passover rituals
Should have
say
been more.
were conveyed to all the guests.
Get this.
You got this.
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Yes,
Whoop,
Rabbi.
whoop. Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop. Here we go, Miss Aquarius. Perfect. Almost. You've got two to get.
Come on.
And I know you're going to get them. No doubt, no doubt. Got it.
Hey, let's go.
Perfect.
Come on, Rabbi. Strike.
Got it. Boom. I'll take it, though.
Yeah, look at you. You got
Get
this.
it.
Okay.
Get it. That's what I'm talking about.
Got this too.
Easy,
Yay.
easy, easy. Now get this. Get it. I'll take it. Big score.
And I level 22. Yeah. Right.
Here we go. I win, you
You
win.
win.
You win, I win.
Let's go.
Here we go.
What is going on with my phone? No. There we go. Right, come on, Rabbi. Now you got me straight.
Oh, easy. Easy.
Better than you now, 'cause I was just, let's go. You got this one, now. You got
For
this
sure.
one.
Get it. That's what I'm talking about.
Let's go.
Get it.
Hey.
What a beautiful strike, Miss Aquarius. High five.
Thank you. That's time.
Get it. No.
Come on. You got this too.
For sure.
Look at this. Come on.
Get it. That's what I'm talking about.
This there.
But I firmly believe that truth will out. And in fact,
Oh,
That's two. Okay.
from memory and how we remember this is
Now,
coming out in
where?
amazing ways. This was dated just yesterday. That satellite.
Get it.
One of the things that happened in Bucha, as I'm sure you're aware, is that when the Russians
Come on,
left
Rabbi.
the city,
That's right.
not what I
scattered
wanted.
all over the streets.
Not a good one.
Iranian forces, when they entered this suburb of Kiev, they found these bodies.
Get it.
And they protested war crimes and that. The Russian foreign minister pronounced that no, these are plants. The Ukrainians planted them there in order to make Russia look bad. Such a bald faced, incredible.
So, what's going on?
Satellite data surprisingly can come out and can actually prove that no, in fact, those bodies were
You got it.
people who were killed by the
afternoon, Rabbi. Right.
Big time. All right, I'm gonna get these two. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Got them.
Yay, good job.
Get this. Get a strike. That looks good. Ooh, high five. Good job.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Get this.
Almost.
Get this now. Get these two. Get these two. You got one.
Okay, you got this, Rabbi.
Oh,
Come
for
on.
sure. No doubt. Easy peasy. Got the wheezy. Oh man,
Yeah, you got it.
this is a tough shot now. No. That's it. You win, I
Yay,
win.
Good job. You win, I win.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we're Thursday tomorrow. God's willing.
God willing. Sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius.
Okay. Sweet dreams. I'll be back in a minute. Go to sleep.
Excellent.
So just so all that we clear, this police officer is upset with me because I opened the door at 90 degree heat to get the dog water to slap in the car. Because I opened the door and like I said, I guess it's a crime I'm willing to commit. Okay, it's 90 degrees. I think a lot of people would disagree with you too. That's fine. Are we done? Have a good one.
So I read that Leslie Johnson is definitely director of the National Coalition for Creation recently gave an interview in which she said, but as you know, the train was led by a Jewish president.
So just so all this is abundantly clear, this police officer is upset with me.
Staff, many members of the cabinet are Jewish. The mayor of Kiev, Rothschild, tells us about his Jewish grandmother every time we see him. And that is in fact the story. His father's mother was Jewish, and I'll tell you a little bit more about how that visit, he continues, that in Babylon, middle of Kiev, where 100,000 people were shot. Almost nothing appeared there for 8 years. Tiny memorial which was never released. In Ukraine, he continues, the places of executions are not marked, and many people go on picnics there and walk their dogs. So he sets for himself into future mayors the challenge of putting energy into developing an understanding of the Holocaust. It's extremely important. It's ironic that he gave this interview in November of 2021. 2 months later, because he would be in the War, which in many ways speaks many of the tragedies and the cruelties that we see during the onset of the massive so-called Holocaust by bullets in places that have been shot. But let's get inside upside down. He also notes that at Babiyan, many people who pulled the triggers also had family members, also loved their children. Yes, they could shoot the children of defenseless people. They could shoot elderly. Yes, the children. Because it's important for us to answer this question because the world is very fragile. So, fascinating individual who in many ways speaks to Ukrainian Jewish past, which is far more complex than most people really realize. And also, hopefully, an optimistic Ukrainian Jewish future where we're looking towards ways of understanding this complex, very difficult to think. So Vitaly Klitschko, I can say he is definitely not a lightweight. He is actually a lightweight. Thank you very much for watching this video. My topic for today is Ukraine and its Jews. When Rabbi Morris and I were first talking about the various topics and how we would actually phrase this, we had some challenge because, the situation on the ground is changing so dramatically that we needed to choose a fairly generic topic that would cover all possibilities. So what I'm planning to do is a thesis, which I hope to demonstrate with a graphic piece of art immediately, and then bring it to the show. And at that point, we'll wrap it up. We'll open it up for discussion and see if my thesis works at all. You all see my screen. Slava, would you please now get ready to see my image in the background? Okay, great. Okay, so that's the point. The thesis is basically that historically, Jews of Ukraine have oriented themselves culturally like they have in most countries as a minority. They've oriented themselves towards the most powerful national unit in multinational states. So, for example, in holophile, meaning I developing identity that began to connect them to the unit of kids. Let me just show you where that is located in Ukraine itself. I assume Ukraine and then which I know is a place where this is the site of the monument on the side of this, which was built in the classic fortress style, possibly because of the many Cossack rebellions in a moment that occurred in that place. But let's see the image itself. Well, a couple of superficial things. The first is to see between 2010, when the photograph on the decay to the building, and no one has maintained it. I don't know what it's say. I don't have any friends that will take a more contemporary picture, but that says something about how it exists within the public sphere. Some people may have put some sticks on here, which could have been for anything. It could be a political thing, a commercial thing, who knows. And it's been hastily removed, which means something, but not completely removed. So that's just superficial observations, which may be relevant later. But then if you look at the triangles below, you see that here there is a text that describes the history of the Jews at Lutz, right up into the Holocaust. But the language that's used there is Ukrainian, not Russian, which is rather unusual. Particularly during the Soviet years, Ukrainian would certainly have been the third language, certainly not the first language, but Ukrainian is there prominently, and there is no Russian text at all. Jews overwhelmingly spoke Russian first for the 20th century, not Ukrainian. Nevertheless, this Jewish memorial on a synagogue is the left-hand side. You see it's within Hebrew, Yiddish. Yiddish, of course, when they would choose Hebrew, indicates it's very strongly oriented to the modern state of Israel. So here you have a monument to a synagogue that is texted, but the most dramatic, and many of you have picked up on, but it would have been instinctive to anyone in Ukraine, the Jew with hands raised in prayer is clearly evocative. Is the national symbol of Ukraine, which was the first figure in Ukrainian history to convert to Christianity in the year 988, is the Ukrainian national symbol, and here it is embedded directly into the very structure of this monument. So I'm using this as kind of in art to look at how Jews in Ukraine may be envisioning themselves in independent Ukraine, population, even the dominant population in the region. There was one where this changed dramatically, and that is the topic of this Morrison mentioned earlier. During the period of the immediately after the Russian Empire in 1917, Ukrainians and Jews attempted to establish an independent state would have unprecedented rights and privileges. That's still a unit of currency from that very brief lived time.
The Tonight Show with Conan O'Brien. Hold on. I'm in the middle of a fascinating conversation with Conan. Who's your favorite Conan the Barbarian?
Probably Robert E. Howard.
Okay, very cool. Well, I assume you are.
Oh shit.
Yo, what up? This is terrible. How you living, Tim? Hey, this Conan is a cousin of Yolo, and Conan is the baby daddy of Yolo Mo's ex-girlfriend, who's also his cousin. Jewish History Podcast. My business. There.
When was the last time you got pussy?
have been today. I lose track.
What?
Minute up to 42, but then I lose track.
Brother Rothschild. There?
What up, pimp? How you living, baby?
Oh, no, I'm terrible, bro. Demons got to me.
I see. That's why they. Well, how did the demons get to you?
Very open and liberal and all that bullshit. Fucking awful.
Who's they?
At least I'd like to go into depth with you off stream, but I don't.
All right. Well,
I would definitely love to explore some stuff with you.
is it no puss or no pot? Take me to place with chicks. Dude, all the time. Like, yeah, I had random one-offs that I do. I would have regulars at hotels.
Fuck is fuck someone's a lot. Life. Never. Israel.
What are you talking about?
They were talking about the end times. The Torah and the Bible.
They don't really discuss the end times. Are you
What is the merging between Jewish and wanting to follow him in such a fervent path?
just like?
Yeah. You ever heard of not to be associated with non in the absence of God as if he's there?
Yeah, I mean, because he is. If you believe in God, treating others well.
No, but that if God is not there, it is a terrifying world. From what I've explored,
How do you
because anything can just happen at any moment, and it's quite terrifying.
how do you kill God?
And so, I think the first thing you would do is you would then does he exist? Right? Uh,
Let's use an example. Let's say there is that exists. We just don't know their name. Are they dead because we don't them? No, they still exist. It's just we don't know about them, or we choose not to talk about them.
well, yeah. Well, I think I'd be pretty afraid of this alien godlike entity because these might be close to us, and so it's everyone's laughing right now. It's
Okay, it's up for debate. What'd you? Yeah, I mean, written over the course of hundreds of years. I mean, there's 2,000. Well, things. I mean, we no longer have a temple, so we don't have basically a place. At Temple hasn't been rebuilt. There's the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Dome of the Rock, Temple Mount. So that's the only place where sacrifices are to be done. If anybody's doing sacrifices outside of that, they are against mainstream Orthodox Judaism.
Serious? Okay, go ahead.
I am the biggest Zionist in the world when Israel is doing good.
I think I understand what you're saying in belief and harmony. I believe is that what I'm kind of getting at?
I would like to see Israel become the entire world without anyone needlessly dying. Like
what you're saying because Jewish teachings are very solid, right? But they've been, through history, right? Here, which non-Jew is do you, do you, do you remember when Moses came down from the hill?
From outside.
Yeah. How does God exist beyond this life?
I don't think he can be good. God is.
As a flesh to fucking suffer just like them, blah blah blah, all this. I'm not saying that God can be killed in this sense that this ape body.
Yeah, I understand. That's not a traditional Jewish teaching. We believe that God is incorporeal, so basically doesn't take a human body. Taught and has been considered Jewish teaching since.
That's a from the way you're explaining that is a fair understanding.
Yeah. So,
Rabbi,
what up, baby?
I don't mean to ask this sensitive topic here, but is it true that Jewish people have tiny penises?
I don't look it up.
No. I'm saying. I'll read it if you want me to.
I'll tell you what. I mean, I've answered a lot of questions. You thought wrong, son.
Here, Ukraine
Sorry, baby.
Jewish population
Problems at all.
back 1,000 years, and they're kind of much more this is a span dated 2011.
The history lectures and enjoy.
A lot of non-Jewish community is that we've heard some stuff, and
At the same time,
it's a little freaky.
Yeah, definitely.
one of the great paradoxes.
Okay.
So let's just do a very quick historical review. How did the Jews get to Ukraine? The Jews actually have an incredibly long
What do you say? I cut out.
legendary.
I said, you're not a
There's also
you're not a real Rothschild. There's a lot of stuff.
and I'll answer any of your questions. Like I said, put your questions in the section that says Ask Rabbi Anything, and when I have time, I'll answer all of your questions. These questions that are in there.
What was the,
There was unwelcome Semitic pressure. So we're forcing the
Rabbi, I think I'm having a stroke. Can you please ask?
such that if the Jews did a innovative, increasingly hated by the local population. One of them, for example, was propinatia, which is essentially the part of the season you've got to pay up a large isolated Ukrainian folk song, is the heavily resented. Those called Cossacks or Kosaker, who were essentially runaway serfs who had made their way to the there they would engage in raids on Ukrainian national identity. The idea, and this is something I think really fits very well with the American see the stuff that the Canadians look from the outside in. I perceive this about your wonderful culture. Thank God, I'm very happy to be here. But there are some quirks about your culture that I don't quite get. One of those things is like incredible attachment to freedom and don't tread on me and don't you're not the boss of me. That's definitely a very raiders. And of course, against their little Ukrainians view him as a great national liberator, in modern Ukraine. But it is in many ways a kin Cossack spirit. This is a recent snap that was inspired by the incident. In the background, you can see the Moskva while it was sitting, literally giving the middle finger to because she also did expletive in Ukrainian stuff. That's very much kind of the Cossack spirit, which I think Americans have. So what shifted after is that although he was a great organizer and bring them to bear as a tremendous weapon against the war and drive schools out of much of Ukraine, he was a terrible governor. And once he had control, he didn't know what to do with it. So all 1954, the guy on the left was actually my younger self when I was doing my dissertation research over there in the 1990s. And the Great Soviet Monument commemorating that union, which of course is really great for Soviet and Russian propaganda because it indicates the huge friendship of how it was defaced by protest. In 2020, they painted a plaque on it to indicate that that's a loving relationship with Ukrainians and Russians. During all of this period, we've had a series of triangular relationships. There are Jews, Ukrainians, and one other people, either the Poles or the Russians. This also repeats itself in the western region of Ukraine, which for most of the part was kind of like an exception because it was a Polish. The Hungarian government now was the more powerful nationality, later the Russians. But in Greece, that begins to see some changes, which we can discuss very briefly now. So let's actually let's dip ahead. So as I mentioned, during the revolutionary period after the dynasty fell, there was a period of Jews and Ukrainians that ended in terrible and bloody failure. Central to that failure is the figure statue, who exactly like Kalnitsky, there are many figures that follow the same kind of path, that it seems that he actually was a journalist who found government, and in my research, what I argue is that he was not so much the author of the violence as he was paralyzed by not know how to control it and not take the appropriate steps in order to control that violence. Nevertheless, Ukrainians who have wrote here, you see this flowers and the times of Israel is perhaps feeling guilty about the Dreyfus affair that was 30 years earlier, in which they convicted an innocent Jew. In this case, they actually acquitted a clearly guilty Jew, murdered him for blood in the street of Jews after the pogroms of 1919. And there are many places as far which is called Anokim, the unbent Jew. So just like we saw with, you have a moment in Ukrainian history where divided by the fight between Hitler and Stalin in 1939. You can see here this region divided between the Soviets, who was taken over from Poland. This was not at all the case. There were some prominent Jews definitely in the this region with 4 units known as the so-called Holocaust. I already mentioned Babinyak. That was where some 33,000 Jews lost their lives. And by the way, the Nazis were Nazis would employ so-called or from the local populations who would engage in assisting these mobile grandparents lost their business. Babiar, as you see, despite the history that I've given you, there's still blue and yellow is looking to channel the world in which he wants to try and recreate this large, his main sort of justification for propaganda is for attacking Ukraine that it is filled with Nazis. So we should understand that there is Nazis, but for Russians, they view the idea of a popular country from the West. This is their soil, and so they created, like in Kiev, this massive grotesque. And so the EU and NATO, as the Canadians, by leaning that way, fall into that definition. For Ukrainians during the Nazi period, it's much more interesting, much more relevant to think of their, at one time, connections with Nazis, and I'm generalizing because I'm running out of time, as really one in which they're trying to get rid of the Soviets. They view the Nazis as hated enemies, but possible temporary allies. This is actually a propaganda picture from an organization called the National still present to some degree in certain elements of Ukrainian society, but as we shall see, it's very small. This is the Azov battalion that clearly has a small element, some extent, of Rothschild, who, like his name, named after Prince. First Ukrainian Christian 988, but his vision is opposed to Russia. Would you be willing to accept Jews as citizens of your country? Ukrainians were the most welcoming of Jews of all Jews as countries, which, was half as much Russia, Belarus, and Poland, a quarter as much as my home. And if we compare this number with done by the same institution in 2019, exactly the same questions, but Jews are very well welcome in this country. And if you among those who are clueless Jews, the mean history, and perhaps we should bear this in mind when thinking about the fate of Ukrainians who are now also with their backs to the sea and are deeply in need of our prayers. At this point, I'd like to turn it back over to here today. I would like to start our gathering in a good way. And there are many contributions. All right, well, it's my honor and privilege to welcome you all to Graduate Students Association's annual share of history classes religion at the University of Alberta. There's one more here. You need a new chair. Research University with over 40,000 and 500 graduate programs plus undergraduate degrees. And our department dates back to the beginning of the University of Alberta in 1908, when it were both among the founding departments in the university. Today, our department is home to 7 undergraduate degrees, 7 graduate degree programs in the separate disciplines of classics, history, and religious studies, as well as in interdisciplinary programs that link across including most relevant. I won't try to list them all, but most relevant for today's event, we have research strengths and in religious studies and the history of religion, which is an area of strength in classics and in history, as well as obviously in religion. This conference, the HCRTSA Graduate Student Conference, annual case research undertaken by around 70 graduate students in our department, ranging across the disciplines of history, classics, including classical archaeology, and religious studies. It also features the research of graduate students from other disciplines at the University of Alberta and from other institutions. I meant to welcome specifically the today's event. I see there are 48 participants, which is probably 40, so that's great to see. The conference today, again over the next few days, is generously supported by the Faculty of Arts Conference, by the Ellsworth Jewish Studies Endowment and the Jewish Federation of Edmonton, by the Lusky Family Foundation, and by the Department of History, Classics, and itself. A pleasure to introduce Jewish colleague, Dr. John Paul Hinka, who is Professor Emeritus of History. Dr. Hinka has an international with his groundbreaking scholarship on the history of nationalism in Central and Eastern Europe, and on the history of the Holocaust. During in Ukraine and in its I'm very grateful to introduce our very distinguished speaker, Professor Henry Abrahamson of Touro University of Brooklyn. Touro is a private university established in the 1970s for the higher education of the Jewish community. Dr. Abrahamson has been serving as the Dean of Arts and Sciences at Touro since 2015. Although based in the United States for over 2 decades now, Dr. Abrahamson is a fellow Canadian. He was born in 1963 in a small town then known as Ansville in Ontario. Later, the former Ansville was incorporated into Iroquois Falls, but it can still be found on the map. Ansville is the far north of Ontario, 150 miles. This is the locality that experienced the coldest temperatures lasting minus 10 degrees. The young Henry grew up, and it's hard to believe it's the young Henry. There was a young Henry. The young Henry grew up in this rocky land where people settled by snowmobile and kids occupied themselves with cross-country skiing and sledding. Henry was exposed to this silence in this small town. He had to learn to fight, defending himself against the anti-Semitic bullies. His parents took care of his Jewish education. His ancestors can't decide that is the difference in the historical memory of Ukrainians and Jews on the other. No one has been able to sort it all out. Bible school was full of accidents. Here, it's got more sense than it's ever been in evidence free. He has a distinct advantage. He's still a graduate. 1995, he completed a doctoral dissertation. He did further research and used it into a book, Prayer for the Government, published in 1999 by Training Research Institute and Center for Jewish Studies. He received his field and is recently cited in space. I myself cited it numerous times here. Project, let him reflect more generally on the interaction of these two. And he wrote an article of great value. It destroys the myth of defending anti-Semitism as something inveterate. Still a graduate student who wrote that. But he looked and said that he said more and more history about the unintended history, the Holocaust. In fact, once you see the work on the pogroms of the as a preparation for studying what happened a few decades later. This article on your work has reflected on Ukrainian collaboration with the Nazis in the murder of Jews and the motivation to participate. Quite a different kettle of fish. It was later one of the stylish Shakira. Shakira was at a ticket grab in Warsaw Ghetto during the Nazi occupation of Poland. He delivered a series of weekly sermons to his congregation. After the war, the manuscript of his sermon found in the Rothschild was published in Israel under the name the last Jewish synagogue, directed by Carl Hirsch, released in 1999. He also became deeply involved in studying images spreading hatred. Working in Florida Atlantic University both at the time, images of the catalog of this exhibition published in the book. Dr. Abramson has had fellowships existing from Hebrew University, Cornell University, Harvard, and Oxford. He's been to the University faculty of Studio College based in Miami. Online. A thousand years of compared to that during that discussion, I should say. So we got on script for that semicolon, but I'm here recording it. So I'll say that another issue. But I'm deeply grateful that you lavished so much time on science history. I should mention to the audience here that thank God when I was a graduate student, I used to go and play a very part in a very useful way, I guess. Reader that forward me that we are okay. I've been honest. And got time to think about my going into this particular research, which demonstrated to me that I really only look at about 10 minutes. And at 90% of it, like an iceberg is under the surface, and that I have to really read on the specific, but it was a useful piece of criticism. I think I've received in my scholarly career, who is not my wife. So I think I'd like to begin first of all by acknowledging the very gracious host of this evening. I'm very grateful to the sponsors, especially to the graduate students who organized it. In particular, sponsors Rabbbi, and I have to say that letter is you guys that letter to the goes like this. There's this out of work Jewish access. Living on that, he's waiting status. And, for a year, 2 years, and he's beginning to lose hope. But the Los Angeles still have, they reached their data. So, the town is a little And then the giraffe says, "Shy, you'll get us all fired." Thank you very much for that. So the point of this story is that what I would like to propose to you today, which I have learned from my meeting with the Ukrainian I'd like to demonstrate that millennium of, I don't want to say necessarily coexistence of about 60 minutes. I will speak very fast. Let's start with this image that you have. This is a rather remarkable image. Let's place it in situ. It is a Holocaust memorial that is found on the outside of a synagogue in Lutz, Ukraine, just to give you a sense of where Lutz is. Well, I think we have to censor the lights on here. You know what they say, PhD stands for? Switch here. So here's you can see the architecture. Memorial or what it might mean. There's text in two languages here on the dramatic independence in 91. And on the left, perhaps, you know, Okay, so in German, with Yiddish characters, a lot. Associated Ukrainian collaborations with Ukrainian national, which also has strong Christian overtones. Was the first Christian of the Cave group. It's fascinating that it would be taken right into the image, and I think this points to the overall malleability of identity that we see in so many ways. This is an article, for example, that just appeared in a very important Jewish newspaper. It was forward, written by Michael Bill, who one of these public show is over in the cave, and he was kind of the birth of Ukrainian Jewish identity happening right now. I agree. Let us go into more detail, and I'll take you through this lightly fast review of Ukrainian Jewish history. I'm going to, well, we'll see how the questions are going. This is how most Jews think of Ukrainers. To think of Ukraine before 1991, to be sure. This is a pale of settlement, which is the region that Jews were allowed to live in under Tsarist rule. Jews have been forbidden to enter into Muscovite territory since the late 15th century, and when Catherine II conquered much of this region in the partitions of these the largest concentration of Jews boundaries, not necessarily a distinct entity, but they will kind of roughly speak of overlapping territory. Here is where Ukraine is, for those of you that familiar with this map, kind of a very rough bubble, but that's more or less roughly how people think of Ukraine. Towards the western part of the Dnipro River, the so-called right bank, and it and there were 6 moments of unusual cooperation. As was mentioned in the context of my research, this is a bill from 1918 that was 100 on it, and during this very kind of honeymoon between Jews and Ukrainians in the gap between the Tsarist Russian Empire and the rise of the Soviet region, you see that the official language of the map illustrating one of Oriental's many of them were taken as secret to Rome after the ultimately were able to gain mobility, and in a little remarkable thing can do around the year 850, very small event, the founder event, that 4 women from northern Italy made their way up to the line. The geneticists actually counted that 46% of all Jews who Christ Ashkenazi descend from 4 women. That's where the Ashkenazim basically come from. There are other migrations, but the part that concerns us is that they make their way in the 9th or 10th century to northern Germany, and then in the 17th century there's a major migration eastward. In this map here, the Ashkenazi community driven out of the east by the like the bloodline, like an economy in the region. So we use our
Rockies who pulled out
it's also worth noting by the way,
but a bartender who's in a hurry, who knows the coffee you're pouring here, will pour that beer much faster
besides the historic ledge
and fill the glass that way. Which is better, you see? When you pour a glass indirectly, this is what happens in the stomach. This beer was poured so easily, the gas is still in the beer. In your stomach, this is what happens. While when a beer is poured correctly and the gases are allowed to dissipate, look at what happens. Which beer would you drink? The one that blows you?
dramatic, certainly from the original records that we have, the open revenue from the Rhineland and not coming from Bavarian origin. Or complex and difficult aspects of this they were brought in primarily to fill a niche in the economy, which is something that historically Jews have long experienced with engaging in middleman and economic role. They found a position between the great landlord of the territory, the Polish landlord who held these massive farms, and the historiography goes, the Polish landlord to go down to Ukraine, actually Jews. So they would hire Jews to go there, and they would engage in the Jewish community because manner, the space of Jewish community. We believe that it's 10,000 India is here. For that, and you are all in order to churches, and the Jews would then collect taxes on the money, obviously, but they would charge tolls for bridges, would charge for the forest, fishing in the little pond, but basically whatever came to it, that would be a legitimate way to tax the population. Whatever profit you earn, the delta between what they have to give the lawyer collection themselves, so if they have to come up with 10,000, in some notorious cases, not so many which have never been moved very long imagination as expressed by the era. Jews even had those imagine yourself if you had to baptize your David Jew to get into the church. So this was not like the larger population. One last detail. Jews were also right of public access, which means the ability sole monopoly to sell and sell alcohol. That was the and so you put these things together, lending money on interest, had allowed the Jews a monopoly century. So you could immediately imagine
And that's how it's done, motherfuckers. Athleticism.
something that will prominent much of Jewish culture. It never really developed a strong attachment to Ukrainian per se. They have absorbed a lot of new information. So difficult to assimilate. But what it has to do is the higher level of skills. It's already proven that national like the United States of America, Canada, and so on. So what Nicholas the First did was he said, okay, first of all, we're canceling the optional payment for the Army service in the Colorado in 25 years. There's no perfect thing for the family. The first one would get the land, the second would become a big army. So Jews would avoid this like a plague, but Nicholas the First said, no, Jews have to participate in this as well. And he also realized that by the time Jews reached the age of 18, which was conscription, they were probably already deeply influenced by their Jewish background to possibly assimilate successfully. So therefore, he lowered 12 boys could legally be taken from the community, sent off to the military school called Pasco for 6 years, and then they would be given 25 years sentence in the army, or as the college serving was called. This is the reason why my grandfather was memory fled Russia from Lithuania in 1904, but didn't want to fight the Germans, despite the fact that the battlefront could be fought for authentic I'm going to Northern Ontario. There was a terrible situation thanks to what Jews began to actively hate Russian authorities. Much more to say about it, but that's the most passing that out. Nevertheless, Jews enjoyed a phenomenal population growth in the country. The advent of the smallpox vaccines had a lot of infant mortality. Also, the establishment of something called test, which was a situation in which multi-generation households could take care of small children. And this actually had a higher birth rate than family populations. And so in this case, in Professor Marcus's map, they're much more hostile to the Russians now. And I think also their period of
Damn, they're beautiful.
That's a full moon, That's a full moon, That happened at the same time as you got gifted by a kid with the devil. Thank you so much.
Call with your email address.
Shut up.
very complex figure. Specific orientation, but it becomes a flashpoint in understanding the period. And as you can see, there's a statue erected white this like Bandera is a hero and hero for the surrounding by the flowers of God. And so the Ukrainians, it makes perfect sense. You know, of course, they're going to put the border here. Yes, something makes sense. But for Jews, it's like within walking distance of the synagogue. How can you so effectively display some of the created such violence against such close proximity to the Holy Faith? The reason why itself is such a flashpoint.
Okay, because I'm oh, it's the worst, dog.
Alright, TTS will work again now.
Sure you kicked the wheel to dislodge it. Your part, obviously.
Very good. Holocaust. So it's part of the beginning of the part. And the Western part
So make sure to have your entire body up. Change the tire, okay? Till see that it's all
one side or just the other, and then of course
Tazo, can you tell me? You got something packing in there. Is it your 8-inch potato?
Drop the tire on your car in case the jack's false.
That agreement is shown here in this map.
And 2K25.
Read this.
And on the right side is the sort of pale green. I will read
Positive leading. GS.
Later massacre that horrible force very, very
Keep your leg under the car at all times.
in this activity, although
Do you think Tazo is a top or a bottom? Sure, it is straight.
How many gauge does it take to change a tire?
Is it time to nut buddy?
Check the car blue higher.
And that happened in 1940.
Try and put the bottom onto the bolts. And the top.
A phenomenon which has been called the Holocaust.
Would hurt to see this car fall.
Sit down. Lift it. Like a man. And then put it lock on. When you're tight when you're tightening, do it in crisscross pattern. Also, Nick is on his way. This is a good map. He's tighten all the way low on the column. All the way. I've seen that at like the never, I suppose. Oh, never mind. Fully tightened it once. Lower the jib. No one else except for that one thing I don't know. Guys, always needing a rabbi in my shit.
So there are some bright lights in the story. Are there any difficult questions? Okay, let's go on. Here's a picture of Vladimir Putin in 1980. Very well known. By the way, there's Ukrainians themselves are not entirely sure what to call the show. But the Russians refer to them as little Russian. I'm not quite sure of that. The language is kind of but they say basically there are younger brothers, smaller, and the idea that they can rebel, elder Russians, separate themselves from the quite ironic because Slavic civilization lecture with I got so many atheists that lots of Russian farmers exactly when I made societies of Russia was nowhere at the time that Gary was already written out. But the opposite idea, really a grand materialist idea in the 19th century, is that you're supposed to be near the Russian world and Russian civilization, which must encompass Ukraine. The idea is that Ukraine could betray Russia and walk away is something of an afterthought. And the vocabulary that he uses, which I think is cynically I think it identifies two very important points, especially relevant as I offered it. First is something that is really quite good, that it is just a lasting testimony, an actual artifact demonstrating the Metropolitan's long-standing feminism. And it also demonstrates another point that's not quite as encouraging. I'll discuss that shortly. Let's have a look at the letter, by the way. It is rather a remarkable document. You can see it's written in a very fine view of the minor points of Hebrew epistolary style. Story is actually a word. He refers to his interlocutors as my brothers. But let's get to the second, perhaps not quite as encouraging. As Professor Himka writes, with his masterful 2013 article in Poland, North American historiography had essentially come to a close. At that point, Professor Himka moves to European historiography, and he alerts the very important new works that unfortunately have not had the opportunity to peruse, but I'm really looking forward to seeing. I'm the Buddhist monasteries in the Holocaust, and Andrei Mikhailenko's work on Chudzinski and his relations to the Nazi regime. Those look like two extremely important works, and I look forward to reading them very much. But my first question would be, and this is related to the second of my 1991 article, is while this is essentially what has happened in North America and in Europe, what has happened in Israel? What has appeared in Hebrew and in Yiddish? We know that there is a phenomenal number of Holocaust memoirs, many of which are self-published, a little bit harder to track down. We have a large video archive from people who have not published written memoirs, but under the auspices of Stephen Mueller's Shoah Foundation, they have recorded their memoirs on video. And there are a tremendous number of sources that many of the questions that are addressed by all of these authors on the subject of Metropolitan Shevchitsky's activity during World War II. And, I haven't done the research on this to know how deep it goes, but I did have a very quick look at Wikipedia just to see what's showing up there. Here's the Hebrew language Wikipedia article on Andrei Shevchitsky. It's considerably shorter than the English. But when you go down into the bibliography list, there's actually quite a few interesting things. There are citation scholarly articles produced by Yad Vashem, which is especially relevant given the later controversy. They tend to rely heavily on Professor Redlit research and also on David Kahane's important memoir from the Review, a few other things. But it also lists a 2005 article that was written in Haaretz with a very provocative title, Ukrainian Schindler, and even takes us to a link to the National University of Jerusalem that lists 16 articles, many in Hebrew and Yiddish, 5 books, and an ebook that all have Metropolitan Shevchitsky named in the title alone. A slightly deeper look at the view at Ukrainian Jews and so on, I'm sure, would provide a tremendous amount of material, and it remains to be seen, because I haven't received the books yet, whether Professor Spira and Mikhailenko were able to consult these sources. I doubt that the research will change the basic parameters of what we know about Metropolitan Shevchitsky, but I believe that this is important. That has not been explored in 30 years literature.
What a shot.
Into the historiography. I know that I happened to stumble across this particular letter while looking through history book of Review, and there's so many sources that we can draw from. Just wondering what other revelations will we receive in the memoir literature. I believe a very strong aspect of Professor Hemker's brief paper is his precise description of the very human process of Metropolitan Shevchitsky's evolving political thought with regards to communism and Nazism. Like many Eastern Europeans, Metropolitan Shevchitsky regarded the Soviets is designed to fight. In particular, the Galician. And this recognition and initial support for the Galician division, which I'm certain will be a major topic of discussion in Congress. It's a cloud that hangs over much more today, regardless of the very detailed analysis and ultimately drawn away from the Shane Commission. I don't need to tell this possibility. Essentially, in a very real 900 of them who are associated with the but what Mr. Hinton points out is there is the Congress
How are you?
That's what I'm doing, Rabbi.
What are you doing, big dog?
Sorry, Rabbi.
What's up?
I'm sorry.
And to writers in Rome demanding some sort of action.
For asking too many questions.
You're good. Pimp.
What did you say?
Pimp.
Rogue individuals save the Jews.
Did we get a good refresh on the question? If I have a question, I'll let you know. You're wise enough.
I know.
Rabbi, where can I see your first stream at?
That I don't know.
YouTube?
No, probably on Instagram.
Was that racially attacked? Sorry.
September of 1939, all the way up until January of 1943, when he signed these documents to the Koenig Shabbos archives for burial, fortunately discovered in 1950 by a Polish construction worker. We can see how Rabbi Shapiro through a process of realization of the Holocaust. In Rabbi Shapiro's case, of course, it was a dawning realization that the Holocaust was.
Rabbi, are those curtains in the back, or is it like plastic?
I have.
Cool. Of Rabbi Shapiro, his ultimate realization of the utter catastrophe that the Holocaust represented.
Oh, fuck yeah, I murder bitches.
Spring of 1942, when a escapee from the concentration camp, the death camp of Chelmno, made it back into the Warsaw Ghetto.
Anyway, Rabbi, I was just coming to say,
what exactly was happening.
Sweet dreams, my friend. Take care.
Hope you have a great night, Rabbi.
You as well, Tim.
A comparison of the realization of the meaning of Nazism for both Metropolitan Chapitsky and Rabbi Shapiro. By way of conclusion, I have to reflect on the fact that my mentor, Professor Paul Rabonovici, chose to title his classics collection of essays on Metropolitan Chapitsky Morality and Reality. I think that's especially appropriate because communal leaders, religious leaders, and I would like to say even historians, have to negotiate both the moral sphere and also much more pragmatic realities. And Metropolitan Chapitsky's biography illustrates those dangers because he has this long Bible-Semitic history, marked at one point in his old age by a qualified and temporary support for an otherwise completely vile cause, and then his return to that strong position of morality. It makes these things of understanding his personality very, very difficult. Crave simple narratives. That's ultimately the situation to tease out the larger meaning, this momentary lapse in his judgment vis-a-vis the Nazis, which which is something that many, and one might argue in some sense, even Rabbi Shapiro, is that Yad Vashem has still to recognize this towering figure as one of the righteous of the nations. It is something that has gained support among many sympathetic Jewish audiences. For example, here is an article by the prominent journalist Lipschitz on Metropolitan Cheptitsky that appeared quite recently, because at the end of the day, Metropolitan Cheptitsky did save some 200 children, 3 of which are shown in this photograph here in his Studite monasteries. And those children later went on to join the Jewish community in Israel and elsewhere. With your permission, I'd like to take a moment to reflect on what this means for us at this point in the 21st century. Reflect on the Cheptitsky. I'm sure you're all familiar with the famous quote, "The past is never dead, it isn't even past." Many of the existential issues that Metropolitan Cheptitsky faced are still with us today, albeit in very different forms. I'm sure that many of us are following 2 wars very closely, the war in Ukraine and the war in the land of Israel, both of which have tremendous consequences for Ukrainians and Jews respectively, and together actually. And I cannot help but see eerie parallels between the moral decisions that Metropolitan Cheptitsky had to face in a very different environment. What is occurring today. For example, we are poised, the House of Representatives and Americans are united participated in international conferences on Ukraine, Jews, Ukraine. I'm talking about because we're in captivity over a year later. We want him to return to his family as responsible. So we are intrinsically involved in similar ethical issues that Metropolitan Cheptitsky may seem much more distant because we are not at a time of war here in North America, but nevertheless, with our increasingly globalized environment, I would say let us hope that in America, the light of this heroic spiritual figure will also merit to see the return of Ukrainian children to their homes, the return of hostages to their families in Israel, and the end of Bahrain and Israel. This was stayed in this video format, and I hope the rest of your conference goes successfully. A new version of Mesilas Yesharim was discovered in the former Soviet archives. That was written in the Ramchal's own hand. It's a dialogue, it's a play, it has characters, it has drama. There's one character who is called the Chacham. He is a earner. He's interested in, of course, learning Torah. He's completely observant and so on. But he's interested in the broader world of intellectual inquiry. And one of his interests is he wonders, what is it that those Haredim do with their time? And then one day, early on in the book, an old high school friend of his, who he hasn't seen for many years, has become one of the Haredim. He says, listen, I'm really curious. I have all these questions about what you do. Why did you become this way? Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'd like to participate in a new online course that I've created on the history of the Holocaust. I've received a lot of